the newer members of the guild have returned to the guild from a adventure on the island of Cholt, saying that they have found this weird portal thing, and they believe that there might be riches or might be some sort of adventure on the other side, but are unclear exactly on what exactly it means and what's going on with that. What I would like to do is if you give me a quick introduction of your character, when you give kind of the roleplay introduction of your character, why would your character kind of go and try to see what this new portal thing is that they are discussing is all about, and then mechanically give a description of your character as well. So, Bishop, does Bishop mean that you're not playing your 14, or?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a like I said, if it's a problem, I will bring Bishop. So,
Den, are you using what's the setting called? Voice activity detection?
It's not that problem.
It's his internet.
It's his internet that just hates him.
Internet is more likely, yeah.
So, Den, if you want to type up an explanation and then attempt to say it later, that would be perfectly fine. I will change the stuff to Bishop. Just type in what class Bishop is for me to know. And I will have, looks like Kylan go first. So go ahead, Kylan.
Oh, so we're doing the introduction? Sorry, I just got back.
Sure. So you're doing introductions. You've been told by the kind of newer members of the guild that there is this weird portal thingy that they want some of the higher level people to investigate, that there might be some sort of adventure on the other side of said portal. So your introduction has to be from the perspective of why would you go and investigate this weird portal thing, not knowing much about it other than the newer members of the guild were a little reticent on stepping through that last gate. So, Kylan, you're up.
Okay, so this is Colin Broadfoot. He's a halfling rogue, and like all good rogues, he likes to steal things. Generally has two rules: stay away from this pipeweed, and do you have any pipeweed? And he wants to go through this portal because he loves gold, and it's all greed motivated. And mechanically, he's an artful dodger rogue, and he'll try to get combat advantage so he can utilize his sneak.
All right, Krill Ikik.
Right. For future reference, you can just call me Krill. Anyway, Krill is a Thrycreen who comes from the city, worked as an enforcer for the Thieves Guild there for a while, and would be willing to go through the portal pretty much just to find adventure and whatever kind of weird and strange things might be found in there. Mechanically, Krill is a melee ranger. I like getting close to stuff, and then I like hitting it as many times as possible within a single round. I also get bonuses for being alone. I mark people a little bit, so ranged strikers such as Lotus Petal I like a lot. Everyone else, just don't get adjacent to my target and I'll like you.
All right, next.
I generate my own CA.
Okay.
Lotus Petal, you're up if you are back and your computer functions.
Yeah, I'm just managing to get everything together. So Lotus Petal was some kind of mysterious fey entity who's come here to have fun in the mortal realm, being a mortal, and well, this sounds perfect because mysterious portals that lead to adventure and heroics are going to be a blast. So it's just going through to investigate. Mechanically, Warlock, Fey Pact, I have some amount of control, which will hopefully be helpful, and I deal damage because I do have Striker as my role, and so I figured I might as well.
Gotcha. Bishop is a curious zombie. Bishop, do you want to give your introduction now that the text is up there?
I will try. Bishop is kind of a curious zombie, so he'd be willing to go through random portals in the middle of nowhere. He is originally from Sphere, where he was a member of the army. He is a revenant sorcerer, and for the longest time, he thought he was. Everyone was cool with him being an undead, but really, they just couldn't see him because he's an Ermlespear, where everything is shitty lighting. Um, and he likes to electrocute things. Uh, that's about it.
Mechanically, as a storm sorcerer. Cool.
Yep, mechanically, storm sorcerer, and I have an interdimensional music box that plays theme songs. So if you want a theme song, let me know.
Feeling like our next person who's going to get a description, Roland, might like a theme song.
I would, but not right now. Roland Olivier, he is a big dumb independent wrestler from the blue planet radical 1980s Earth, and he happened upon the guild by stumbling into a portal. So, of course, when somebody mentions a portal, he's all in because, well, he's not really getting many jobs and he's kind of bored. So, uh, mechanically, he is a fighter brawler. I will do my best to grapple stuff and keep them off the rest of you guys.
All right, Alavaz.
So, Alavaz is a young human monk. Recently, since he heard that the younglings of the guild are having trouble, he decided that this might be a good place for him to train after achieving his unlocked potential. Mechanically, he's a monk, a Centerbreath monk, just achieved the Ghostwalker Paragon. So right now, whenever I get CI against an enemy, I'm also concealed against that enemy. So that'll be the other side of who was the thing was barefoot. You go one way, I go the other.
All right, then. Mute your mic, please, Gene.
Oh,
And or please allow someone to purchase you a headset and mail it to you. So, beginning of this adventure, you guys follow the lower, kind of newer characters that are a little bit more concerned about stepping through this portal into nothingness. To a dungeon that seems to be cleared and has been pillaged for all of the loot that they could. They took everything that wasn't nailed down, and then on the second trip brought the crowbars. They lead you to a room with an enormous an emerald spire that's kind of spears through the middle of this entire mountain. The crystal glows and shows signs that it has a connection to something else, and you can see through the emerald a outline of an enormous metal snake that's going along the ground, covered in lightning. And as the image kind of zooms in and zooms out, you can see it change, and that there's apparently people inside of the snakes walking around. There's tables. It looks like there might even be a bar inside of the snake. So what I want to do is, for the purposes of kind of out of combat investigative type stuff, I want everyone to roll initiative. Do not worry about the temporary bonuses to initiative, that sort of stuff. This is just for investigative purposes to make sure that everyone has a chance to be able to do stuff.
I will roll once I'm back into roll 20.
Looks like we're missing. Okay, so just Lotus Petal. I'll go ahead and pop you your initiative button if I can see where it is. There it is.
Oh, sure.
woohoo! Nice rolls.
So Kylan, you're up first.
Nice.
Did you see this enormous emerald portal thing?
I'm gonna try to recall to see if any of my criminal contacts mentioned anything about something like this.
That you're trying to figure out streetwise to figure out more information?
That's what I'm going for.
Sure. So you've seen a couple of things like this before, but nothing exactly like this. Looks to be some sort of more permanent affixture of a portal. You don't really know how this works, although a lot of times there tends to be some sort of mechanism for making the portal actually function. And without having more information about how it's exactly supposed to work, it's kind of difficult to figure out from your contacts kind of which one of the many different ways that these portals can be activated might be the correct answer. Anything that you would do with that as you're kind of investigating around, or are you spending your round kind of talking to yourself, thinking about ways of going through the portal?
I'll just keep looking around.
All right, Krill.
Uh, Krill is going to, I guess, just use my extensive dungeon experience to try to see if there are any maybe hidden ways or oh yeah
To be clear, you guys definitely can use skill checks and kind of treat this a little bit like a skill challenge. You're not required
Oh,
to. Basically,
okay.
I just want to know what your character's interpretations of what's going on here, kind of what you would do as you approach something like this. It doesn't have to be a skill check, but if you want to use a skill check to get some more information, that is of course allowed.
Oh, okay.
yeah so I think in this situation Krill would use dungeon experience to poke around, check for traps, maybe find, I don't know, trails of monsters that might have come through here, and however long ago that might have been. So I will roll dungeoneering.
Gotcha. So there's definitely a lot of remains of a pretty fierce battle that took place in this room. There are actually not people on these tables anymore, but there's kind of blood spots where obviously the table was being used for some not very pleasant things. You can see around the edges of the portal there is a sort of a mechanism on either side of it that you're not entirely sure what it's supposed to do. But the way that you're kind of investigating and looking around it, you get the impression that there's something of a timer to what's going on here. Like maybe this thing, as it is activated, might have a certain either delay setting to it, or it might do something that's based around time, because a lot of the settings around the side seem to be adjustable in one way or another. But you don't recognize the language, and you're not really sure exactly how it functions.
I would ask around and see if anyone does recognize the language.
I look at your sheet to say that I know you don't recognize it, but I'm gonna poke other people to see if anyone knows them.
Well, as a Thrycreen, I can't know any languages except Common and Thrycreen, and I don't even know if Thrycreen is written.
So, Alavaz actually recognized the language. It is actually written in deep speech. So, Alavaz, you can recognize that the writing that Krillakik has found is some sort of timer. You're not entirely familiar with the units of measurement, but the timer seems to be set to the maximum allowed time. Looks like the timer is roughly half or maybe 3/4 the way through on the portal. So it is Alavaz's turn. What did Alavaz do as he sees this kind of magical timer on the wall?
Okay, I tell them, and I'm going to try. I'm going to try doing a skill check on this because I want to try and see if I can determine with a bit more, uh, with a better precision as to how much time, or if I can tell the units of time. So I'll throw an insight at it.
So trying to figure out the units of time would definitely be a history check.
Oh, history. Okay, then let's try that. I'm gonna suck at it because my history's like none. So here we go. Ah,
It's not too
lucky
bad.
me.
Nice.
Um, you can, Gene, mute your mic. You can tell that you're not entirely sure how the units measurement function, but by watching and seeing how the notches kind of work, you're fairly certain that this is in something that, if it's not exactly 1 day for a timer, it's relatively close to 1 day as a timer. And it looks like the maximum timer is going to be roughly 3 days, and it's got about 3/4 the way through those 3 days, so it's got maybe a few hours left on it, maybe like 12, something like that.
So at most we have 12 hours and at least maybe 6, if not less.
Sounds about right.
Okay, I tell everyone, whatever we're gonna do, we better do it quick. We won't have much time if we want to return this way.
I mean, can we push it back?
So Alaves, since he knows the writing, would be able to tell you that the timer can't be changed after the portal's open. You'd have to close the portal and then reopen it to play with the timer.
So we have to make a choice.
All right, Bishop. Uh, Bishop
You're
let
cutting out.
send a lightning bolt basically through and try to get some. He basically wants to use. Oh,
Do you want to give me an Arcana check or something? If you're wearing a headset that is so sensitive that it can pick up other people talking to you on TeamSpeak, then you need to change your settings. Because the only part of it that bothers me is the reverb. Like, if you forget and leave your headset open, it is pretty much impossible for anyone else to talk, which is the problem. The frogs and stuff is not that big of a deal, but the reverb to where when you leave your mic open that it prevents anyone else from having a ability to talk in the conversation is a problem. So Bishop, you throw a little bit of lightning into it. You can see the lightning kind of sink into the portal and push through. You get a bit of a flare, like whatever's on the other end, that snake that you see has bits and pieces of lightning on it. And as you send the lightning through, you see your bolt on the other side dance a little bit across the top of the metal snake and kind of get dissipated around the side of the snake. So it looks like your power can actually go through the portal, and it also looks like whatever's on the other side has a certain affinity for lightning. So what is Lotus Petal doing, seeing all of this?
Well, Lotus came here to kick ass and walk through portals, and all the ass is already kicked, so walk through the portal.
Okay, you see Lotus kind of step up to the thing, and as she, I don't actually know gender, as it,
No particular gender, there we go.
as they touch the portal, you see the Lotus Petal's body slowly sink into it, more like rather than it being a completely solid thing, that it's almost made of some sort of semi-solid stuff like Jello or something else. Lotus Petal to your skin, it just feels kind of cool to the touch. And then after you're about 2 or 3 feet of your arm extending into it, basically as it kind of gets to your shoulder, the rest of your body gets sort of sucked in, and you get thrown through the other side of the portal. The rest of you guys see one of your members just kind of slip through the portal. Roland.
I'm going in.
Okay. So does
Can't let Lotus go by their self.
So the question that I have to ask for you guys is there anyone else that would like to do something else on this side of the portal, or is it all hands on deck? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Guess all hands on deck.
I don't see anything else to do.
So, um, you guys feel that same pull. You get launched through it. A couple of you guys come out the other side, either landing on top of crates or near what seems to be all kinds of supplies. You can see there's a big kind of sliding door that's just to the north. To make sure I'm on the right layer, and I am indeed. There's a big sliding door to the north that seems to be closed and latched. There's not really a pathway through here. Looks to be a storage container of some kind that's kind of randomly stacked supplies and stuff that are all over the place. You can see a door that's leading outwards this way, and you see a door leading outwards this way. Along the top edge of this car, you can see there are very small windows with bars on them, and you get the scene of seeing the landscape flying by, as there's a pretty strong sense of movement that you are moving in this direction. So, Kylan, what are you doing on the other side?
Um, I'd like to open this door.
Okay. From your view, you're moving east, correct? Moving to the right-hand side of the screen. So you see it's very clearly locked and latched closed. You can either pick the lock or break the lock or something like that, but you will have to deal with the lock before you can open the train mechanism.
Okay. I'd like to pick the
Krill would warn against opening the door, considering that we seem to be in a moving vehicle of some kind.
Fine. Then I'll just open up one of these barrels and see what's inside.
Okay, give me a 1d4. So you crack open one of the barrels. Inside of the barrel, it seems to be full of a bunch of trade goods. Looks like a bunch of pieces of scraps of metal, things like that. Things that you would expect to be brought to a forge to be remade and other things. The metal looks like it's decently good quality, but it looks like it's bits and pieces of other stuff. A lot of the heavier barrels that are sort of spread around are made of different kinds of trade goods that are more raw materials than they are anything else.
I
So
wonder
Krill.
if I know a guy.
Krill, what are you doing as the halfling kind of goes and starts investigating what's in the crates?
So there are doors on both sides of us, right?
Both ends of the train, or both ends of the
Alright.
car, this way and this way.
Krill is going to move to the forward end and try to peek through.
So there's a little bit of a gap between this car and the next car. You can see looking through the edge of the door, it looks like it's really only partially open, or sorry, it's closed, but you can see a little gap between the door and the wall. You can see that there's a car on the other side that seems to be a car containing a lot of people. If I can get the thing to open, let's see, reveal areas. There's the thing I need. So on the other side, you can see there's a car. While there aren't any people that are on the map, you can see that the car looks like it's about half full of people. There's a couple people that look like they're on the second floor of the train car, sleeping in beds that are up top.
So like humans?
A mixture of races, humans, elves, Eladrin.
Alright, so just a mix of common races.
Yeah.
Anything different about them? Anything abnormal?
They seem to be civilian-looking people. There is one kind of in the midway through here. There's an immaculately dressed half-orc. But other than that, everyone looks to be kind of normal civilian people.
Alright, I'll relay this information to everyone else. And ask if anyone would like to go question that immaculate half-orc.
Alavaz, you're up.
Sure, I've never talked to an immaculate half-orc.
I don't want to talk to no immaculate half-orc.
You don't have to. You can do something else. It is your turn to do what you like.
Okay. Then how about I'm just gonna throw out a quick perception around this area, just to get the gist of whatever's in here. If it's just the baggage from all will be train uh, will be people of the train, or if there's something else that we should look at. So
By and large, it just seems to be fairly unremarkable cargo. You see a lot of the containers look like there's multiples of identical containers, like you would see in a caravan or other sort of merchant vessel. If you see that on like a ship or something like that.
well, might as well get close to the area, but I ain't talking to no half orc.
All right, Bishop, what are you doing? Gene, mute yourself.
Bishop is gonna go talk to a half orc.
Question: does Bishop have a chow score worth a damn?
It's a sorcerer, so yeah. So you can open up the door. It looks like it's lashed but not locked. And when it slides open, you get this weird sensation of, you can tell that while the two things are connected, while the two cars are connected, the connection between the two looks like it's able to kind of move and bend. And it's a little disorienting to see that one of the cars moves a little bit independently of the other. You see little bits of lightning arcing from the bottom of the car in front of you to the car that you're sitting on. And through the kind of gaps on either side of the car, you can see the ground whooshing by very quickly. And it seems like directly underneath the car, there are these about 7-foot tall pyramid-looking things that are having lightning that arcs from the bottom of the train to the little pillars and then back up.
I would inform the rest of the party about that.
So you walk up and you
continue on
see
my way.
You walk up and you can see there's the half orc who's sitting. He's got a little satchel on his lap. Has a, looks like some sort of sheafs of paper that are open in front of him, and he's reading through.
Okay. I get old eye glow. Basically, my eyes crackle with lightning as I introduce myself as a member of the guild.
I I think what you said was you try to introduce yourself as a member of the guild. So the half orc kind of gives a bit of a startled look and goes, "Ah, oh, I guess what guild would that be, good sir?" He closes the sheets of paper in front of him and kind of places them on his lap. He looks like he's sort of sitting at attention when you kind of come to him. Ah, yes, the guild. Are you hired to protect the train? He kind of looks around for a second. I'm not really here on House Cannon's business, but I can go and get one of the engineers or something if you'd like. He's speaking in a very cultured way and looks a little startled. So he smiles, kind of folds up his paper and stuffs it into that little case that he was holding, and says, "Yes, oh yeah, coming through portals. Oh yes, that's serious business." That he kind of looks and glances behind you. Are the other people coming, kind of following Bishop into the train car, or is anyone else staying behind?
Krill will follow.
I'll follow
Those
as well.
just weren't.
So if you're following along with Bishop, I would like for you guys to go into the other car. If you're staying behind in the cargo car, please do so. As the half orc looks past you and sees Kylan, he looks more intimidated than when you came up and were crackling lightning at him, and kind of puts a little bit of extra pep in his step. Like he's trying to remain polite, but wants to put a lot of distance between himself and Kylan.
So, is anyone here from Eberron? I noticed you mentioned House Cannith, Gary.
I did. And I don't think anyone here knows what that is.
Well, it sounds like Eberron.
Oh, I mean, out of character, yes, it is Eberron. I don't think in
Yeah,
character anyone knows what it is.
Which is why I ask if anyone is from Eberron, and it doesn't look like anyone is.
Lotus might be able to make a history check, but doesn't really care to think about it, so, I won't be doing that for now.
So the half orc leads you into the next car. The next car seems to be a bar of some kind. There's a couple of patrons kind of sitting around talking, chatting in corners, that sort of stuff. You see kind of the first person you've seen that looks more like an adventurer. You see someone who's wearing armor. She has a sword at her waist. She also has a rod on the other side of her hip where the sword is resting. Looks like some sort of magical implement. And she is tending the bar. As you walk in, the half-orc calls out, Ime. Apparently people from the guild are here. I think they need something with House Kenneth. Do you know who they would need to speak with? The Deva smiles, nods, and says, well, I'm sure we can get something done. She pulls out a glass and starts pouring something from a tap, and then looks up and gives a little bit of a start as Kylan enters the car, but then you see her recover pretty quickly and put another kind of customer service looking smile. She puts out a beer for whoever would like to step up to the bar, and the half-orc turns, gives another sort of smile and says, yes, I think I have some people I need to speak with over in the corner, and he sort of politely excuses himself. So Kellen comes, picks up the glass. Again, you guys are not really in initiative order. This is just to make sure everyone has a chance to talk. So if you guys want to say something or want to do something, by all means do so.
All of us will just look around like, just taking in whatever he can see about this area, because it's strange that we ended up in a train that's... It's a train moving? I think it is, right?
It is, and especially from the car where all of the passengers were sitting previously, there are kind of big open windows, look like they're intentionally there for viewing, and the train seems to be moving quite quickly. You would say probably faster than like a galloping horse.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, the train is moving eastwards on our view.
Lotus would like to check out these cool magic lightning pyramids and try to figure out how they work with Arcana.
Okay. So that Arcana check will get you that you're fairly certain that they're used as some sort of thing with magic and magnetism, basically using magic to sort of push stuff away. That there is got to be some sort of fairly powerful lightning force, or maybe either a person who has very good control over magic, or maybe an item that's been crafted specifically for this, or even possibly like an elemental or something that is generating a field of lightning, and that those pillars or those little pyramids are repulsing that field and kind of pushing it up. And the same sort of thing as having two opposed, or two of the same magnet that are kind of hard to press together. They're doing the same sort of thing with magic.
That is fascinating, and Lotus is going to sit down and stare at it for a while.
So specifically not opposite polarity, specifically the same polarity, so that they push back against each other. So Roland, what are you doing?
Let's see here. I'm curious, is the portal still open, or there's no presence of it whatsoever?
Yeah, you don't actually see a portal or anything around you.
Oh boy. Well, looks like that 6 to 12 hours might be In that case, I want to check out the opposite, the western door.
Okay.
Is it locked?
It's the same
Hatched or
sort of
anything
thing.
like that?
It's latched, but it's not locked. Does take a little bit of effort to open it, but you're strong enough that it should be fairly easy to do. You see another cargo car, and it looks like it goes back, and you can see another door on the far side of the cargo car. It doesn't look identical to the one that you're in, like, or rather, the car looks identical. The contents don't look identical, but looks to be fairly similar, as if this is one of several things in a caravan.
Okay. Well, I don't want to go exploring too far, so I figure I'll let Lotus know that I'll be moving ahead with the rest of the group. Don't want to interrupt their little study that's going on there.
All right. So, Kylan, what are you doing?
I look to Bishop and ask if there's anything on my face.
So both Alavez and Kylan can tell that most of the passengers seem to be kind of avoiding looking at Kylan, and you can tell that there's a bit of an edge towards the smile that the Deva is wearing. So what would you like to do? Sit and drink your beer and chill?
Um, like to ask this Deva where this train is going.
So she smiles and says, "I asking where the train that you have clearly bought passage on is heading to might be an odd thing to ask."
I was a little under the influence.
Ah, yes, we should be passing the Mournlands fairly soon. So, so the goal is to flirt with the Deva.
Why not?
So
So
she sort of readjusts herself a little bit, and you can see like she's trying to make something more prominent. She sort of stands specifically with a little icon that's her on the front of her armor, and says, "No, not from around here. I hail from up near Korth. I would hope that you are also not from around here. Yes."
No, I'm not from around here.
Not a halfling of the plains, you would say.
Do you get many halflings from the plains?
No, no, we do not. Anything else, Kylan? Or are you just gonna kind of stare at her?
I'm gonna awkwardly sip on my beer.
Um, this is the DM asking. Did you intentionally not answer her when she asked whether you were from around here, or whether you were from the plains?
Yeah, I intentionally didn't
Good.
answer that.
You can notice that the tension in the room goes up by a notch.
Do I
Uh,
notice that too?
yes, Alavez, you will notice. The two people that have the high insight definitely notice. And yes, if you have a visible dragon mark, that might come into play here.
Please tell me it already happened.
Krill, what are you doing? As you can see that Kailun is apparently making his presence known.
Well, Krill thinks that it's all very silly and not very befitting of a rogue. So Krill is going to move towards the other end of the car here.
All right. So you can see another. So I'm assuming you're going to go look at the other car. You can see there's another passenger car that's up ahead. There's a lot of people. It seems to be facing the opposite direction. There's a lot of people in this car, a lot more people in this car than there was in the other car that seem to be talking back and forth. Again, a mixture of races. About the only couple races that you don't really see that many. You don't see any Thrycreen. You don't see any halflings, and you don't see any of the more wild races. I guess would be the thing to say. None of the more monster-like races.
Yeah, I was assuming that it was mostly common races around here, and Thrycreen are not exactly common.
So, are you going to continue to kind of walk your way through and exploring what's going on?
I'm going to hang around this car for a while and watch the commotion as my party members do whatever they do.
As you kind of turn around and watch, you can see there are quite a number of larger windows on this car as well. And you can see off to the distance, there's a bit of a kind of storm clouds that are rolling in from the north. They seem to be moving in fairly quickly, like this is going to be maybe a thunderstorm or something of that nature. Alivez, you're up.
Oh boy. Well, given that I have enough conscience to read the room and seeing that my brothel friend here is not reading the room correctly, I'm just gonna walk over to the Deva. I'll ask for I'll ask if she has some jasmine tea, and I'll try to get her attention away from Broadfoot and ask her about the halflings she mentioned. If they cause some kind of trouble in the area.
So kind of try to maybe do a streetwise check or something like that to pump her for information. Or are you going to
I'll
try to ask more obvious questions and then try to read her reactions with insight?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Just try and get the gist of what these hap- playing halflings have gotten themselves into. That they're actually looking at a halfling just as if it were one of them.
Okay. Give me that insight check, please.
Next.
So she, kind of smiles and talks about, obviously all halflings are not cut from the same cloth. However, the problems with the. Could you mute your mic, please? The problems that have been happening as of late are not solely to be laid at the feet of the halflings of the plains. There have been a lot of rumors as of late, but that does not mean that halflings are unwelcome on the House Cannith trains. Merely that there might be some extra security precautions placed in place, and certain things that would normally be allowed to be brought along for extra price are going to be prevented just for the time being. There won't be any bonded creatures allowed on the trains, even in cargo holds, until this unpleasantness passes over. You can tell with the way that she's talking about things that she's taking for granted that a lot of what she's talking about is common knowledge, and then reading through you can see that there has been some sort of disruptions on the trains, and the way that she talks, she doesn't really talk like a bartender. She talks more like maybe someone who's either undercover or someone that's keeping a close eye on things. She's very attentive to everything that's going on and very specific about the word choices and stuff that she uses. But you can tell she's saying with her words, it is not the halflings' fault that there have been so many problems as of late, and not all halflings are bad. She's saying with her intentions and the way that she's not saying certain things that people generally believe that it's the fault of the halflings, and all of the problems that are happening lately are because of the halflings, and the quote unquote problems are something that is deeply affecting everyone here.
Of course, nobody else knows this, so let's see how would I. Well, I can't diffuse the situation because I'm not cha focused, so I'll just wait for my tea and I'll kind of beck and call Bishop to just walk around, take a seat beside me.
All right, Bishop, go ahead.
Okay. Bishop's gonna listen to what Alex has to say.
You okay?
And, and, um,
Den man, you have to type that nothing is coming through. I hope that this actually gets to you, but the way you are typing, it's just extremely hard to listen to.
Yeah, it is weird. It was working just fine for Joe's game. Well, it might be TeamSpeak. I don't know.
I honestly think it's probably time of day related. I think it's because it's in the evening and people have come home to the area where he lives and the internet's being used more often.
Oh yeah,
That
more
too.
people using it, logging it up.
Because he
Somebody
also doesn't
popping
have these
open a
problems if we run the
Netflix.
games like at 3 a.m. He's fine as well there. So you can sort of tell as you're kind of walking along things that she's definitely keeping an eye on all of you, kind of identifying you all as a group of people that are together. You can see that she's taking special note of the equipment that you guys are wearing. That you seem to be the only armed people that you've noticed on the train at the moment, and is not necessarily giving you the seriously don't cause problems vibe, but that she is paying attention, and that if there are going to be problems, that she's going to be aware if the problems come from you guys. As you try to kind of lead it away, you can tell that she just sort of continues along that line of thought of, if for whatever reason there are halflings that want to make sure that it is clear to other people that they aren't like the barbarians out on the plains, that they would be people that would be minding their own business, going along, not causing problems, being good, paying and reasonable patrons on the trains, and that sort of stuff. Where she's talking at you, but you can tell she's talking at Kylan. So, Lotus Petal, what do you do as you continue to watch the lightning?
Well, eventually it gets a little bit old, so Lotus is going to start walking through the train, just keep on going as far east as possible past all the other characters, and we'll be, looking out through the windows going, oh, that's pretty, and also periodically teleporting as well as walking in a rather obvious way, kind of just flickering for a moment and then appearing somewhere else without any regard for how other people might react to that.
You can tell as you kind of go through the areas that are a little bit more populated that people notice that you teleport, but that it's maybe not necessarily a thing that cause alarm or concern, as if magic might be something that is very, very common for these people, and don't seem to be bothered by you flickering through the train cars. Do you keep going past Krillik to the other car?
Excellent. Yes.
So this train car, it still looks like it definitely has room for more people, but has quite a few people on it. You see at the end of this car, there is a door that looks like it's been reinforced. It doesn't have any, it's got a very small window through it that looks like it leads to some sort of area that has another door that looks like. So you got the door that leads from this car to that little junction place with the floor that moves. That looks like it's barred, and then you can see the door on the far side doesn't have any windows, and the train car itself doesn't seem to have any um, entrances on it over there. And you can see that there is no obvious mechanism for opening the door, but there's a little slit in the door right about where you would expect there to be a handle.
Interesting. Well, I'm going to teleport through the first door since that has a window, but obviously can't get through the really big one. So I'm just going to check out the area and see if there's anything interesting. I guess I can try rolling perception.
Sure.
Might as well give it a shot.
The two things you're going to notice pretty much right off the bat is one, the door in front of you is pretty heavily warded. You can tell that it is warded in such a way that there is obviously like a passcode or some sort of thing to be able to get through it. Looks more like an arcane lock than anything else. So rather than it being like a magic circle that's a barrier for everything, this is more a warded and locked door. And you can see that storm that's moving in from the north is moving in quite quickly. And the spot between the cars isn't nearly as well protected as the cars itself. You're pretty certain that if there's any kind of high wind or rain or anything like that, it's going to be very uncomfortable to be out here on the passageway between the cars. Not dangerous, but just uncomfortable.
Well, discomfort's still bad. I'll get back inside this car then.
All right, Roland, what are you up to?
Okay, so moving through this cabin right here, I don't know if anybody's giving me the side eye or anything like that, but if not,
No, people seem to see you, kind of look at you, go back to what they're doing.
all right, good, because I want to get in here. Noticing the bar, just gonna. Well, since I have terrible perception and insight passives, I don't even notice all the tension and stuff. I just see the bar, and I see everybody sitting at the bar. So, well, damn, you guys got the right idea. And I'm gonna just pull up a seat and jostle this lady. She's a David, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just ask her for something on the cheap, because well, Roland's a little broke.
He needs to set forth a space log.
Are we the only ones currently enjoying drinks or food in this car here?
You can definitely tell that the two tables that you can see, this one that's over here and this one that's on the far side by Krillicic, have other people in it that are doing stuff. This area at the top here is a little bit of like a private room. You can hear that there's people on the other side, but the doors are shut.
Okay.
The doors are only half doors, so you can still see through them, but they're more of a social barrier than a physical barrier. You guys are the only ones that are actually sitting around the bar itself, but all the people that are sitting in the tables are enjoying drinks or food or things like that. This is definitely the dining car.
So the general mood outside of like this little cluster where we're at it's like generally, up high in spirits.
Well, it seems more like like you'd expect to be in a tavern. Not especially high spirits, not especially low spirits, just people kind of sitting around talking, going about their normal lives.
Okay. Well, I look over at the companions and I let them know that as much as I enjoy drinking as everybody else, we are on a timetable here, so. What? Did I disconnect?
No, you didn't.
No.
Oh.
So as you kind of sit and talk and kind of enjoy the scenery a little bit, you guys feel a weird motion, almost like maybe there was a tremor in the ground, although you also know you're not really touching the ground. And the train car shakes very slightly. You hear this incredible sound. And Lotus, you notice a dark shadow pass over the area where you are. And this Lotus, you can definitely hear this incredible wrenching sound come from the car in front of you, like metal on metal being torn apart. And you you can see all of the lights in the train car, the little globes that are sending off a faint kind of almost a sterile light around, shake a little bit, flicker on and off. As the first bits of the storm seem to be hitting the side of things, you notice that people kind of gathered around, take a moment of, oh, that's uncomfortable, but don't seem to be too necessarily bothered by it. Although Lotus, you can hear a lot of voices on the far side of the that wall that's in front of you, starting to call out like there might be something that's going on. Lotus, you can see since you're right next to the window. I'm going to do something here.
Actually, Krill has pretty good perception. I might not know exactly what's going on, but is there the possibility that I could hear the disturbance?
You're on the whole other side of the train car, so you can definitely tell that there's something going on, but you're not going to have either line of sight to what's really going on. And there's a lot of noise between you and there, especially with the rain hitting. When the rain hits the roofs of the cars, if you guys have ever been in a storm under a tin roof, the noise is kind of deafening and sort of drowns out everything else that's going around, just because the rain on the roof makes such a loud din.
All right, fair. Well, um, I mean, Krill doesn't want to leave anyone alone, so I'll hop over to the next train car if I can do that to check up
Give
on
me 1 second.
Lotus.
So,
Gotcha.
um, Lotus, you see an enormous creature, a worm that seems to be coming up out of the ground and going over top of the train car, and you can see another piece of that same worm that's coming out of the ground in front of the car as well, and like the thing is constricting the car itself.
Okay, in that case, Lotus is going to
Hang on 1 second.
walk back to.
Let me.
So, as in, it's stopping the train from moving, right?
It doesn't seem to be stopping the train from moving. Like it's going along with things. The train is still moving forward.
Oh, interesting.
So I suppose Lotus and Krill meet halfway.
I guess so. Although there's a thing happening with the flail master.
Ooh, things to fight.
Give me just 1 second. For whatever reason, the grid on this does not seem like it likes to function at the moment. Is anyone else having that problem where it looks like the grid is just kind of wrong?
Hmm.
It's
I mean,
not
nothing
aligned
more than
properly
normal.
with the map.
Mm,
Yeah, nothing more than normal map weirdness for me.
okay.
Yeah, I think you just need to drag the map a bit to match up.
Yeah, I think it's just the map is like the cars are not exactly the right size, and so it's causing minor issues. So you see a couple of Warforged break through the windows and kind of do the mounting of the train car as they crash through those big viewing windows. Three of them come from the northern side of the train, and you see two more hop down from the southern part of the train. You guys can see through the kind of windows from the dining car that two of them have made their way into the other rail car where the other passengers are that all look now completely panicked, although one of them has come into the area where you guys are. At the ends of both of the cars, you see the roof cave in as these enormous Warforged fall out of the top of the train car. Like they've just kind of landed on the top of the thing and then gone through the ceiling and have crunched into the floor, pulling out weapons. So, initiative, please. You can stall tactics, although stall tactics will affect all of the creatures that you can currently see. Although I think it's creatures that it's either creatures you can see or creatures that can see you, and I can never remember which one. But either way, there's only one person. Roland, go ahead and set your initiative to 18, as it was. Does anyone have anything they want to do as a reaction to initiative, or any other sort of changes that you guys want to make? Looks like everything's in the proper order. So Alavaz, you're up first.
As to be expected. Okay, let's see. Given that we have people that like to go solo, okay, I'm gonna have to go that way. So, first things first, I'll do this little thing. Move shape. Oh, I used the standard, not the minor. Whoops.
You're also.
There we go.
There you go.
So I summon that little partner of mine. And I'm going to move one, 6, 7, 8, 9 over all the way over there.
Okay.
And let's go with
Buttons,
yeah, why not?
buttons. Click your buttons.
Yeah, let's go for strike the avalanche.
Also, this is for everyone in this combat. I would like for people to attempt to get into the habit of clicking whatever button it is you're clicking and then explaining things. Don't do it the other way around.
Alrighty, we'll keep that in mind. 23 versus 4. Pretty sure that misses.
23 for does not miss.
Ooh.
Actually,
awesome.
let me double check my things. What the things are set for. Actually, it doesn't point of fact miss. Sorry.
Perfect. So that's a 12 damage because I don't have CA against them. And let's slide here.
So you miss with 23. That's what I said.
I missed with 23?
Yes.
Okay, then yeah, why not?
So 27 will hit.
Okay, then I'll slide him over here. Actually, I gotta change my mind. So I'll slide him one behind the Player Master in front.
Okay.
And then I'll do the secondary. Where is it? No. Does a 30 hit the
30 hits everybody.
one in the card?
The yes, 30. The 30 does hit him.
Okay, then he's prone. And I will be done.
All right. So the net effect is that the damage was done, and only the first guy is prone, or the second guy is prone. Correct?
Yep, correct.
Okay. The flail master you just knocked around moves his way forward, and then he is going to reach out his flail. You can tell that he's also intentionally hitting a lot of the passengers that are around as he sweeps it in a wide arc over his head, trying to hit you. So 34 versus your AC.
That is a hit, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that is a hit.
33 points of damage, and you are pushed 2 squares. So he is going to push you to here. And again, that the thing that you can see is sort of the second floor of things. There are more rows of chairs, and the chairs are difficult terrain. So he's pushed you onto a square of difficult terrain.
Very well.
Lotus Petal, you're up.
Okie dokie. I will start out with my Seraphil's Blessing and get my aura on. which
Speaking
I
of
should
auras,
have set up earlier. Sorry. Oh yeah, I'm inside one, aren't I?
yes, you can feel you're within
Do
an
I know
aura.
what this one does?
You do.
Oh dear.
Oh well, that is good. I love teleport being weakened. Okay. Well, I'll use my whetstone, and I'll spend the action point that I don't have.
Okay.
Um,
You spend the action point to give
so
the DM a subtle
I've got
reminder about action points.
this.
It was very subtle, like a bee.
Yes. So I get lots and lots of attacks here. I will start off with an Eldritch Rain on these two.
Okay.
Do they have cold resistance?
They do not.
Know that? Okay, so that will be plus 15 damage total. Oh, that's a crit on Bladeson and a crit miss on the other one. Cool. So
Crit for 81.
damage to Bladeson. Yep. So that's the deeper chill attack. Then for my regular standard action, I'll Far Realm Phantasm Bladeson, which
Okay.
is at plus 10 damage. Another crit for 55 damage.
You
And
show
because
your
then it's that
extreme
standard action
displeasure
attack in
about
the
his
air.
anti-teleporting nonsense.
Yeah, no kidding. Then for my other standard action, I'll shoot a Witch Fire at the Flail Master next to me. For 36 damage and -7 to attack rolls. And that is all of my stuff.
All right, the blade stung looks like it is fairly well injured, but not bloodied. It takes a step forward. You can tell that it's sort of intentionally standing in the way of that door that's behind him. And you see steam starting to blaze out of the side of it as it comes to slam down on you with steaming pistons. This will do fire damage in addition to its normal
It's
types.
attack in the air. It got Far Realm Phantasmed. So.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me look at the thing for Fire on Patches. Okay, its next standard action making a basic attack against the empty air. Okay, I'm making sure that I have the worded right. So he's gonna go up here. He's gonna swing at nothingness, and then he's going to action point, and then he's going to blazing pistons and slam you.
Fair enough.
So the first attack will be also an attack against empty air. He just was trying in a different way that time. And the second one is probably also going to miss.
20. That does actually miss my low AC. Not that low.
And he is done. The Flail Master is going to take a step forward. He will do his sort of swinging arc as he bursts around the area, hitting several of the patrons, and a 36 versus your AC, Krill, I believe is going to hit you as well.
That will easily hit.
33 points of damage. You are pushed 2 squares. So he's going to push you here and then to there. Roland, you're up.
Gonna move up to this guy. Probably gonna miss him, but let's get a mark on him.
It is definitely going to miss him, but he will be marked. What color is your mark?
Pink.
Gotcha.
Okay, this is I think this will be my first time getting a chance to use it. Would I be able to heroic effort without knowing if it'll work or not?
Yes, you can heroic effort.
Okay.
You know you missed, you can choose to heroic effort.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay, so 26 AC will connect.
Hey!
Okay, sweet. And that'll be it for me.
So do you want him pushed? What's the...
Oh, no. Just the slow.
Did you
Gotcha.
push him?
You can push him into the corner is the only place, because there's the wall here. So you can push him there if you wanted to.
Because that would give me combat advantage. But if it messes up what you're doing, then it's fine.
Well, I'd like to keep them adjacent. Is the thing.
Okay, that's fine.
Kylan, you're up.
I'm gonna go over here, and I'm gonna want us to. So I'm gonna use Dazing Strike, stab him, and hopefully daze him.
The 24 versus AC does not connect, unfortunately.
Okay. I guess I'll use Low Slash. Or... And that also misses.
It does, unfortunately. Well, actually,
Alright.
it's 24
wait,
versus
actually-
Reflex. That is a different defense. Also, it
Yeah.
misses.
Okay. Alright. So I'm done.
All right, Flail Master, who is apparently somewhere on the car. I just don't see where he is. There he is. He is going to do his burst
Yes,
to try to
my
cleave through
friend.
patrons. He's going to shift forward a square so he can do the whole flanking thing. 34 AC on pedal.
Yeah, that will hit.
He's not going to push you anywhere, and you will take 21 points of damage. So this guy that's prone, he will stand up, and then he's going to charge Alaves to here. To there. 21 AC on Alaves, I assume misses horribly. The slowed guy sees that he is marked, really like to get in range of other patrons, so he's going to go ahead and shift forward one, I believe provoking fighter mark. Roland, that's you, I believe, sir?
Yep, sorry about that.
So I got 33 AC will definitely hit for 12.
And I have that superiority gimmick, so
What superiority gimmick?
combat superiority. If he oh, and also he's prone from World Serpent's Grasp.
So that will mean that he does not get to move. If you're talking about combat superiority, like the thing that makes it where they stop moving when you opportunity attack them, he did not provoke an opportunity attack.
Oh, that's an OA. My bad.
But he is prone, so that will mean that he is there. And doesn't have an action to stand back up, so these rolls will be at a -2. My macros are old, so I apologize. I will not be able to put them at a -2. So Kylan is the first target, and Roland is the second. So 26 versus Kylan, and then a 28 versus Roland on AC.
I'm gonna do Swift Parry.
It's gonna miss me.
Okay, so miss on both of you
And
guys.
that's a miss. Yeah.
Bishop, you're up. What's the target of explosive fire? This guy? Okay, so crit for 45. He is now bloodied. And he is slid back next to his friend for explosive fire for shenanigans. Anything else? Krill Ikik, your turn.
All right. Well, first, let's quarry that flail master. Apply a green mark, please.
Done.
And due to my Paragon Path, it is a real mark. Excellent. And now let's have some fun. Excuse me while I count my bonuses.
So running slash 39 versus reflex will definitely connect for 25 points of damage.
Excellent. He takes a -1 to AC save ends and is slowed.
Okay.
And now we get to have more fun.
The 42 will definitely connect for 26.
Yep. Now he's prone and increase the AC penalty by 1.
All right.
And again.
So is this an action point you're spending?
Nope, I am using my move and my minor
Okay.
for 2 attacks.
Okay.
I'm a ranger. Of course I do minor action shenanigans.
Okay. So 23 points of damage.
Yep. And increase the AC penalty by 1 again.
He is bloodied.
Oh, fun.
Anything else, Krill?
Yes, I am going to use my Torque of Power Preservation to preserve that ruffling sting.
Okay. Blade Sun. He is going to stomp through the center here, going to here. And then he is going to swing down at Bishop with Blazing Pistons. First attack is going to crit. For 27 points of thunder and fire damage. Sorry, Petal, could you mark yourself with orange too? I forgot to put their mark on stuff. 31 versus Will connect for 30 lightning.
Does it only mark on a hit, or it says here that it's a hit thing?
The Blazing Pistons attack, where he marks you and then he swings twice.
Oh, okay. Sure.
So 30 points of damage and when him slid to here. Okay, where would you like to move to? Okay. I didn't know if you wanted him to be into the explosive pyre. And he will end his turn. So you see Ime hop over the bar, see that there's things going on. She is going to quickly move her way through the train car, sees that there's things going on over here, and then she holds up her rod, sending a glittering little wave of energy through the area, causing those in front of her to gain resist 5 to all damage. So Alavez and Bishop, you gain resist 5 all damage till the end of Ime's next turn.
Cool.
Alavez, you're up.
Alrighty, then let's see how this will work. Oh, I forgot the resist 5. Let me put that real quick. And what should I use? Let's use this. So resist 5. So, question: could I tell if they had threat in reach?
You've not been able to figure that out yet.
Okay. Oh well, nothing like the present to figure it out. So I'll move there,
Okay.
That's 2 squares. 4 squares. Nothing.
Nope. Well, you're still not in reach, so
6 squares. Nothing.
nope.
And boop. 8 squares. Nothing.
Nope.
Perfect. All right, then let's do. Yeah, I kind of feel like doing that. So, let's do Drunken Monkey. I have combat advantage against the one I'm doing it to.
36 AC hits. Or versus
Will.
will, sorry. It still hits.
Okay, so he takes. He's bloodied, and I have CA, so that's a total of 17 damage. And I get to slide him 2, so I'll slide him down 1, and then back up 1. I think that'll proc the.
He's the one with explosive fire on him, so
Yeah,
no, it
will
doesn't
that
do
proc
anything.
it?
No.
No. Ah, dang. Was hoping. Oh well. And I'll have him attack the Blame Sun with a +4 to attack.
30 AC against the Blade Sun. Does connect.
Okay, since my attack hit, I'm gonna do some real shenanigans now. So, Center Fury blows.
So you're going to click a button and then explain.
Yep. Okay. So I can target 2. I'm not gonna target the one that I hit, cause that'll probably kill him, and I was told not to kill him. So I'll attack the one beside me, and I'll use. Where is it? So you know what it does. Starblade Flurry. So I can attack the Blade Sun over here, which I have CA. So he'll take. Where is it? Ah, there
6.
it is. Oh yeah, because I didn't click the CA. Oh damn it. Oh well. So I'll slide them both back 1, and then slide them back to where they were again.
Bishop, give me pyre. Yes. Bishop hit your pyre twice. Anything else, Alaves?
You know what? I'm feeling frisky. Let's go for an action point.
Okay.
Yep. Where's my? Thought I brought it out. Okay, there he goes. And let's go for this one. Well, looks like I whiff on the target that they don't want me to kill, so that's good. So 30 AC, 30 versus 4 on the. Oh, sorry, no,
Hits
that's
and prones.
32.
Hits and
Perfect.
prones.
Yep, hit and prones. And since I did that, I'll Center Fury Blows again.
Using some sort of thing that allows you to do that twice?
Oops. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do the. It's right there. It's special because I have Blur Key Focus Strike, so it allows me to do a secondary FOV. So
Okay.
I'll slide them both. That they'll both take 16. I'm not targeting the one that's bloodied for obvious reasons, and I'll slide them both back and forth. Would
Okay.
that trigger it again?
No.
Well.
Anything else?
Nope, I'm done.
This guy is prone. Will start his turn. He will take 18 points of damage. He is now bloodied. Gene will mute himself so we don't kill the frogs.
True.
He will stand up and he is going to just wail on the target in front of him that seems to be causing so many problems. 30 AC on you, Alabes. Gene, does that hit?
That's a hit. Sorry, I
Okay.
forgot to unmute
25
myself.
damage and you're knocked prone. Lotus Petal, you're up.
I'm gonna reduce
Okay.
that to 11.
I get the feeling these guys might screw shifting as well as teleporting, so let's just teleport down one and AL damage. It was 11 damage? We're on
12.
11,
We're
right?
playing AL12.
12. Ah, okay, sure. So I will go to there and take 12 damage. Then I will throw a Deathly Conduit up there. No, I won't. I will curse Bladeson first. So it's purple.
Okay.
Lady. Deathly Conduit. And this is with CA. No, it's not. Never mind. But 32 on both of them. So
32 Fortitude will hit both of them. I'm almost positive. Yes, it does. Definitely.
Cool. So that's one hit for 46 damage, which is mostly necrotic, and then a second for 10 necrotic damage on both of them. And
They do not seem to
they are
be resistant to necrotic, and they are also now both bloodied.
cool. They're both blinded, and I don't feel like taking 12 damage for the second time this turn, so I'll just throw curse damage onto the Blade Sun, which, woohoo, 3 extra damage, and my turn is done.
The Blade Sun, who is now blind, is going to try to see if he can remember what his buttons do, and he can, in point of fact, remember what his buttons do. So he is going to explode with steam out in every direction, and luckily my test roll is ideally not going to be the roll that actually goes through. 28 versus your will, Lotus.
28 versus Will is a miss.
Nice. It's better than the crit that I rolled when I was talking to myself to remember what the burst was.
Good thing I teleported for +2 to defenses.
I think he's just going to take a step back to here and seems to be again guarding the door. This guy, who is prone and has all kinds of shenanigans, is going to stand up from being prone.
My mark fell off, right?
The mark does fall off because he missed. The blind was until the next turn. I'm almost positive. I remember reading. No, save ends. So Bladesun's still blind. Flailmaster, he stands up. He is going to try to bat the problematic Thrycreen away. 20 AC is not going to do a good job of accomplishing that task, and Roland's turn will be up.
All right, I'm gonna grab this good
save
brother right here.
The AC penalty is save ends, so
I'm gonna
roll
do it.
that.
Appreciate it for the reminder, though. Go ahead, Roland.
Okay, so grabbing that dude, 40 versus AC, I'll give him 12 damage.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna take him for a ride. If he could, oh crap, let's see. Can I drop him right somewhere right beside me? Really doesn't matter. There you go.
There.
And since he's already prone, I guess I'll just hold or maintain the grab. And let's see, 1, 2. Crap. Let's see here. I think that's gonna be it.
All right.
Yep.
Kylan, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to move over here, provoking an opportunity attack.
He got really messed up. He got his turn really messed up by taking an attack and violating that mark. He's not going to do it.
Okay, I am then going to just use Life Flourish on him.
That definitely connects.
Okay, and then I did have a sneak attack because I had done something. Oh yeah,
He's
flip
bloody.
parry. Okay, he's bloodied. I'm going to press the advantage.
The patrons that have survived the initial onslaught are cowering around. I will say that Kylan, as you kind of move in and start doing stuff, you can tell that the people that got hit by the initial attack, that got kind of cleaved down in this car, none of them look like they're gonna die from their injuries.
Okay. My turn's done.
So that 34 versus AC, you do not have never mind. Don't have any reason to do sneak attack twice, correct? That I'm aware of.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, Flail Master, who's over here, I believe, is indeed. He is blind. He's also bloodied, so he has his burst. So he's gonna shift to here, and he's gonna do his burst. So Krill Kick is the first target, and Lotus Petal is the second target. So Krill, horrible miss, and 28 versus Lotus Petal.
That will connect.
24 points of damage, and he is going to push you to here. And then I will make a saving throw in a moment. Let's see, Warforged over here. Let's see. He is not the one that has Pyre on. Oh, he has the one. He is the one that has Pyre on him, but it's not going to hurt him. So he's going to shift forward a square. And then he is going to do his burst. So first target is Alves, second target is Bishop, third target is Roland, and fourth target is Kylan. So 33 on Alves, 26 on Bishop, a natural 1 on Roland, and a 34 on Kylan.
I think you forgot to roll the save versus blind.
I'm going to do it in a minute. I've got to remind myself
Oh.
for other people's turns.
Okay.
So turn that 34 into a natural 1, so he does miss. You can go ahead and do your Sly Flourish. Oh. Actually, you don't have... I don't know if you have that or not. If you have that, you can do it. If not... but Alves, that should hit you, correct, for the 33?
Yeah, that hits me, and I'm going to react to that.
He's going to push you to there.
Ooh, that's a problem. Ooh,
Does the
wait,
26
that
hit
is
Bishop? I don't think it does, but I don't know. Looks like it might hit you on Bishop.
Yeah, screw it. I'm doing this. So I'll take the 18. So I'll gain 18, lose a surge. Now I have to teleport, so I'll teleport. Oops. Did not mean to do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll take 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeesh. Fine. Okay, that's done with me.
So you're checked into a corner and take some damage. He ends his turn. The other Flail Master, who is prone and has all kinds of bad stuff going on to him, is going to stand up, and he's going to do his burst.
Oh, wait a second.
So he attempts to stand up. What happens? So he's going to attempt to escape. So I'm assuming a 19 versus 4 misses you horribly.
He wriggles in my grasp.
So he remains prone. So you guys will all have a +2 bonus to defenses against this. First target is going to be Alves, second target is going to be Roland, third target is going to be Ime, and fourth target is going to be Kylan. So it's going to be 31 versus Alves, a 17 versus Roland, a 18 versus Ime, and then a 32 against Kylan. he's going to push your unconsciousness there. He's going to miss both Roland and Ime, and hit on Kylan, I believe. Is that right, Kylan? So you're going to be over here?
Yeah.
And it's Bishop's turn,
Alright.
and I'll do my saving throw. Go ahead, Bishop. Just the two bloodied guys? Oh, right. It's close. It's 3 targets, close versus 2, not 3. Sorry. The 29 on reflex will totally hit, and so will the 30. So for 32, is that with your promise added in? Looks like it is. The very messed up Flail Master. And the other one is dead. Alright, drop your AP and give me your Spark Form. Keep in mind that any squares that are underneath the Blade Sun are difficult terrain. So you have 6 squares of movement on this character, correct, Den? Okay, cool. Move 8, but still. Give me some attacks, please. Go ahead and add Flame Spiral Secondary into the damage roll for your Spark Form, because I'm assuming you're slide them to the point where they get Flame Spiraled. Also, please keep in mind that you are marked. It is not mattered at the moment, but it is still a thing. So the first guy you hit will die. So the second guy that you crit will trigger an immediate from the Blade Sun. This will be a -2 to hit. Actually doesn't hit. I don't have to worry about it. So you take 14 points of damage, and you are blinded until the end of the Blade Sun's next turn. So the crit will still definitely crit for 52 points of lightning damage. he will also die. "20 versus reflex on the blade stun will not connect." Yes, correct. Because that's how people have ruled that the individual attacks, that has to be the same thing. But sure, it doesn't hit you, and it's instead 25 versus reflex, and it's 39 points of damage. Where would you like him to end? Krill, you're up.
Excellent. Well, I mean, let's have some fun. My AC bone, my the AC penalties that I inflicted are still on there. Oh boy, how many bonuses do I have?
So 42 AC will connect for 24.
Yep.
They are now knocked prone.
Add 9 damage.
Okay.
And let's see. How close does he look to death?
He looks very bloodied.
Excellent. I think I can safely use... Hmm. Yeah, I won't overdo it. That is a horrible miss, and I apologize.
Okay. All red numbers. Anything else?
Yes, I do still have my standard action, so... Twin Strike.
You remember the whole clicking buttons and then explanations later? And the thing where you keep taking your turn? Those are 2 hits, which will be enough to kill him. Actually, the first one will be enough to kill him. And then the second one will be enough to make him more dead.
See, this is how I like to do things.
Anything else?
Nope, that is all my actions. I am pretty sure. Yeah,
Flame
I did
spiral
2
damage, please.
minors.
He is then going to mark you and then attack you twice. 29 versus AC on you, Bishop. So 19 points of thunder and fire damage. Here's the thing for fire as well. He's then going to attack you again. 22 points of fire and thunder damage. Any reactions to thing, Bishops? Any reactions to thing, Bishop? He's going to action point and once more with feeling. He's actually not going to do that. He will go ahead and action point and use his close burst as a big cloud of steam comes out of him. 23 versus Will on Bishop, and then 20 versus Will on Kylun, which I assume misses both targets.
Yeah.
And he is done. Ime is going to fly 8 to here. 1, 2, 3, 4. She will stop here and open the door. At the end of the round, you hear another one of the people that are in the front train car can hear this especially loud. Another one of those wrenching sounds and a weird sort of gurgling roar coming from the sides of the train. Everyone can feel as the train gets rocked back and forth. I need for everyone who is currently on the train to make me an acrobatics check or an athletics check to stay standing as the entire train starts to shift and tumble. Everyone is going for a moderate DC acrobatics check.
Wait, you did say athletics as well, right?
Athletics or acrobatics, correct.
Oh, okay, cool.
You can either hold on to something or you can just, adjust your feet and not fall over. So, looks like Bishop is going to have problems. Alves, you're already prone, so you don't need to make a check to not be prone. Bishop, you are also already prone. You do not need to make a check to not fall prone. And so it doesn't look like it looks like Bishop's the only person that would have failed, but he was already on the ground, so he gets kind of jostled around, but doesn't get thrown around too hard. And Alves, you are up. Please make a death saving throw. You do not fail. Lotus Petal, you're up.
Okie dokie. I'm going to walk away from this guy who is still blind, curse the Flail Master, and Eldritch Blast it.
That'll definitely hit for 34.
Cool, plus another 9, so 43 damage.
Dead Flail Master.
Oh, yay, because then I can teleport away to there.
Nice.
And that's my turn.
The Blade Son, who is still blind, is sad about being still blind, and I believe his thingy is an encounter power. It is not an encounter power. Interesting. Good. Let's see. So 1, 2. So he is going to rocket himself off of the ground and come into the ground here. Because he is moving around and seems to be having a bit of a hard time in the close quarters, he will provoke an attack of opportunity from both Lotus Petal and Krillikik in order to land there.
I guess a 25 misses.
It does. Krill?
I don't think I have any combat bonuses, because Lotus Petal is negating my Prime Punisher.
It does grant CA, because it's blind.
Yeah, it is granting CA, but other than that, no.
This is true, so I do have +2.
The 29 versus AC will connect for 19 points of damage. And I'll mark the penalty to AC in a second. He is going to do a burst, setting off a wave of steam as well. Lotus Petal is the first target, and Krill is the second. So horrible miss on Lotus Petal, and 25 on Krill.
This is versus Will?
Yes. Looks like a connect.
It will, but let's see. I can't use an immediate while also doing my opportunity attack, can I?
You can, yeah. They are different action types.
Oh, I can? Excellent. That means I can hop away.
You would have had to do that when he moved adjacent to you, not when he attacked you.
Yeah. Okay, I can do something else then.
Woohoo, get
Resist
this
20
done.
all.
Cool. So you are instead, you don't take any damage. You're instead just marked and dazed. Well, marked, dazed, and unconscious. And he is going to end his turn. He'll make 2 saving throws. And Roland, you're up.
Jumping through the steam, I'm gonna clobber him one time with a little measly 28.
I mean, 28 points of damage is not really that measly.
And so he should have a pink mark, and
He's now bloodied.
Oh fuck! All right, sweet. And just gonna tell this Tin Woodsman that I'm gonna send him back to Oz. So there's his glowering threat, and then
Nice.
that'll be my turn.
Kylan, you're up.
Going to use sneak in the attack.
Alright.
And then I'm going to use Life Flourish.
Oh baby.
That is a crit for, it looks like, 37?
I think it's, yeah.
39, sorry, because he's bloodied.
Yeah. And then I'm going to run away. And that'll end my turn.
He will not take the attack of opportunity. Bishop, you're up. Uh, 30 versus reflex will definitely connect. Would you like to slide him at all or no? He seems like a very damaged at 10 can. Krill, you're up.
Well, I am slightly sad because I realized that I kept terrible track of my bonuses and I actually had concealment, which would have made that attack miss, but I'm not going to ask you to retroactively.
Concealment
It was
doesn't
a
do anything to
so it
burst.
wouldn't have. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
You
Alright.
kept better track than you realized.
Well, I mean, I like my bonuses, so I am going to delay until after Lotus Petal.
Okay. The Blade Sun in the back begins his turn. Does anything horrible happen at the beginning of his turn? Doesn't sound like it. He is going to Bewildering Steam. 30 versus Bishop and 20 versus Roland.
No.
So Bishop, that is 22 fire damage, and you are marked and dazed. And I think that's going to be it for him. If you would like to interrupt, go ahead and do so. So that shouldn't make it miss unless I don't see something, because that should bring your will up to 30, which is the attack against you. I mean, unless your token is incorrect, in which case, fix your token. But according to your token, that means your will is 30 and you still get hit. So do you want to not use that? So Ime opens up the door and goes through the door into the other area, flying over several of the crates. She goes up to one of the fairly large crates, taps her rod against it. You see pieces fall off as a suit of what looks to be very weird-looking armor is inside of the crate, and she spins around backwards and starts to fit herself into the huge suit of armor. As she does so, you see a creature of lightning come through the floor. And start to move through the train. You hear the actually, it looks like a suit of power armor. The thing coming through the bottom of the train says in a very quiet voice that seems to be roughly as loud as you'd need to pierce your eardrums from 20 feet away. Please remain calm. Things are being handled. Kenneth would like to implore everyone to please remain calm as the elemental continues to move halfway through the floor, through the train car, trying to calm the passengers. Alves, death saving throw. The natural 20 will be a natural 20, unless you'd like to take the second roll. So, Alves, you were conscious at the end of your turn. Lotus Petal, you are up.
Cool. I'm going to eye bite the Blade Sun, which I think I have CA for some reason.
If
Yeah,
you
I
don't
do.
kill it, I request that you shift a square back so I get
Oh yeah.
tons of bonuses that let me kill it.
Keep in
I
mind
am
you're in
leaving.
difficult terrain. 25 versus Reflex.
But it's actually against
Does
Will.
connect.
I messed up the macro.
25
Does it
against
have
Will
a-
does not connect, unfortunately.
Dang it. I shouldn't have been honest. I'm
No, right?
going to re-roll it. Give me a second. Just going to fix the macro before I forget. Where is it? Dark One's Own Luck, and we're at plus 20. Oh no.
That
Okay.
will unfortunately not
That
miss.
won't help.
Or might not hit, sorry.
What the heck? Let's take some more damage. I love taking damage. I will face it out of there. Alright, so coast is clear for Krill, and my turn's done.
Yeah, if you found out retroactively that things were going to fix you because of other stuff, by all means, Bishop, fix your things. So because
My bad
I
there.
didn't, that's fine. Because I did not remember that these guys actually have pretty decent initiative. Actually, their initiative is not that great. I just rolled really well. I'll go ahead and take their turns. The Whispering Elementals. So this luckily the Whispering Elemental would have gone after the other person, so it's not a big problem. He will move up to here as he goes through the train. And he is going to use Empower on Bishop. Actually, he'll use it on Bishop and Roland.
Ooh.
So the first time you get hit with Empower, you get 2 options. So you always get the +2 bonus to attack rolls and saving throws every time Empower is used. If it's the first time you've been hit by an Empower, you get the secondary thing. So the secondary thing will happen. Again, this should have been before Lotus Petal's turn, so Lotus Petal, you would actually be in range of the second Empower. And the second Empower will go off, hitting Krill and Lotus Petal. Because...
Definitely taking Surge as an action point.
And keep in mind that you have a +2 bonus. Actually, the +2 bonus to hit should have been happened first, so you should have actually connected with the other attack.
Oh, alright. So I'll do however much damage that was. 27. And I will add an extra 8 damage onto that. And I'll then just walk away rather than teleporting because I'm invisible to it.
Cool. Krill, your turn. Krill,
Present.
it is your turn.
Yep. Okay, so I have superior will, so I get to save.
You do get to
am
save.
not dazed. Anyway, so I am recovering Thrycreen Claws.
Jean, can you kill the frogs?
Or mute your mic. That works too, Gene.
So
Is
I am
Mike
going to
still in?
quarry the Blade Sun and thus mark it.
Okay.
So let's see, how many bonuses do I have?
Keep in mind that the Whispering Elemental does count as a creature.
Yep, so no Prime Punisher. What does that do?
Does 16 points of damage.
Alright, Blade Sun is knocked prone.
Why?
Gift of Stone, after effect.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
2 extra damage. Because I rolled terribly.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's see if we can finish it off with a Twin Strike.
The 42 will connect, and the 30 will also connect, it looks like. Yes, it will. So for 11 and 14, which will be enough to get the words, describe your kill.
Excellent. Well, as the Whispering Elemental nears, Krill will move in close and dig their claws into the damaged spots on the Blade Sun and follow up with vicious strikes to the exposed internals.
All right, Roland. Oh, well, actually, Krill, if you have anything else you'd like to do, go ahead. Other than that, Roland, if you do not, Roland, it will be your turn.
I take it as a do not.
I do not think so. Go for it.
All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna use this recover to encounter here. 30 versus
30 AC will hit.
Sweet. How's he looking after that 18?
After that 18, it's going to get the words, describe your kill.
All right. Well, I did say I was gonna send him back to Oz, so I'm just gonna give him like a vicious uppercut, knock his head off like one of those Rock'em Sock'em robots or something. And so that was standard. I suppose I'll start moving along the train just to follow Kylan. Looks like Alavaz woke back up, so everybody seems to be okay here. That should be the end of my turn.
All right, Kylan, you're up. Actually, it looks like all of the monsters are from this. So you guys have two options. Those of you guys that are kind of standing, looking around as things seems to be calming down, you can notice the train car seems to be rocking back and forth. The ones that are on the train in the front, you can hear that there is that incredible tearing sound every time the train moves back and forth. That there is something going on ahead. You guys can take one of three options. You can, and this is a group decision. Either you can immediately rush up towards the front. you can take a momentary breather, which you will get partial recovery options for, or you guys can take a short rest and hope nothing terrible happens up front. So
Oh, that's a good point. Well, we got outvoted anyway.
all right, so you guys take a momentary breather. You can see that things are not going well in the train car ahead, but you definitely want to be in better position. Everyone, please move yourselves to the first car, and everyone benefit as if you were hit by an Empower. As a reminder, I will go ahead and give you the thing for Empower. That includes the people who have already been hit by it once. So if you've already been hit by it, you may also benefit from this. And then anything that you have that lasts until the end of the encounter fades. So if you have a stance or anything else like that, it goes away. And if you want to, spend healing surges, you have the ability to use the empowerment thing to spend surges. But you do not have a short rest, so you don't get to spend surges at the end of that short rest.
Can we take the same option twice?
Yes, you may take the same option twice.
Oh, I did not notice that I was hit by it once and only took one of the benefits. So can I get 2 healing surges spent as
Sure.
well?
And there are extra action points on the table if anyone would like to take them. If you guys need more, please let me know.
I don't know how you guys did that.
You right click and take card.
Okay, cool.
I need to do something real quick. So what I would like to do is, because we are going to be jumping into a fairly complicated encounter, I would like to, after you guys have your recovery stuff done, we're going to take a 5-minute break outside of game. So we will be getting the combat, kind of getting everything ready to go at 20, whatever your time zone is. So go ahead and take a moment to go get a drink, kind of get a little refresher, go to the bathroom, all that sort of stuff, and we will start back at blank 20.
Sweet.
So it looks like we've got 4 people back. We should be beginning here in just one moment. Roland, did you just not type one? Cool. So are we missing Alves? Sounds like. Gene, are you there? So everyone roll initiative. I really don't want to give this description twice, so I am going to wait for Gene. So as you guys are all preparing for battle, in the car, you see the top of the car, the entire car that's in front of you guys, the tin roof that seems to be covering it, as well as the door and wall that was separating the car that you were in from the car in front of you all, is just completely ripped off the top of the car. You see it go through some sort of weird energy field and get distorted as it gets ripped away from the train and thrown off into the distance. You can see this enormous worm that's leaping up out of the ground and spiraling around the train, constricting it like it's a snake, moving very quickly to keep up with the train and slashing and biting at things that are on the train. In this area here, in this room, you can see a control area filled with all kinds of different levers. You see engineers that are running back and forth, a couple of them trying to flip levers and press buttons, hoping that things are going to be okay. Several of them seem to be cowering in the corners, hoping that this is not the end for them. You can see this entire train car is protected by some sort of force field. But the barrier looks quite weak. I'm going to give you guys the first handout, which is the lightning rail handout. Now, this first handout gives you a picture of what the lightning rail is, and if you can see, there's one of those train cars is covered by a barrier, the fourth car. Technically the third car after the engine. That is the barrier that is over top of this. It seems to be preventing a lot of the major large-scale harm from happening, but there's still things that seem to be able to pass back and forth through, as in it is stopping the worm from constricting and destroying the entire train, but definitely stuff can still pass through it and harm can still happen. This handout will also be adjusted as things keep going. You can see that at 0 barrier strength, the barrier will fail, and you're not really sure what's going to happen, but it's probably really bad if the... looks like this. I'll hit it again. Also, if you guys lose the handout, or if you want to look at the handout again, if you go into your journal, go to Genesis 3 train job encounter number 2, you will see the lightning rail handout, as well as any of the other handouts that I show you guys from here. So right now, you guys know that right now the barrier is almost completely gone, and if it gets to 0, it will fail, and you're fairly certain that worm attacking things is what's going to cause problems. Now, second handout is going to be how you help try to solve this problem. So take a minute to start looking through that handout. So what I'm going to say is everyone read the 2 handouts. If you have any questions about the handouts, please feel free to ask. Once you are done reading and you do not have any questions, please type 1 into chat.
Question: are there distance-related penalties?
As long as you are within the engineering car, there are no distance-related penalties.
Cool.
Well, it sounds to me like we have a fair mix of charisma and other things in the party.
Every skill can be used and has previously been used in this justification of what's going on in this next area. So if you are creative, you should be able to find something to use for nearly any skill.
Yeah.
Alves, do you have any questions?
No, just
Cool.
finishing. That's why I took a little longer.
So the worm, also just for a mechanical note, there are not 3 worms, there is 1 worm. This is the worm's body kind of wrapped around the train. So the one in the top left is the back part of the worm, then the worm, then the worm. So it goes like from here to here, from here to here. So the back end of the worm is going to constrict the train, crushing in a little bit and removing 1 point from the strength of the barrier. Roland, you are up. As far as player starting box, you may start anywhere within the train that you are in. So if you guys would like to start somewhere else in the car that you are currently in, you may move yourself however you would like.
Okay, so I presume we'd all probably be rushing to this next car as soon as possible.
It looks like that
Hopefully.
barrier is barely holding on.
All right. Barging into this engineer room, can I see any of these switches that look like they're possibly resetting due to the constriction of this big worm?
Yeah, you can see several of the switches that look like they are not in the right places, and you can see the 4 switches on the board. So if you go,
Okay.
if you are tinkering with the switches directly, those are the 4 switches on the board, and that's where you need to be.
Okay, well, I'm gonna grab one and crank it. Let's see if this will work.
So move action up, and again, you need to tell me what sort of action you are using to try to work for the switches.
Oh, I had clicked this athletics here, so I don't know if it's just lagging or if it's sending right now.
Right, it's not athletics that I need from you, although that would be nice. I need to know what type of action, standard, move, or minor.
Oh, okay. So I'll move to the top left switch. I'm just lagging at the moment, but I'll move there and then I'll do a standard athletics to crank that bad boy.
Cool. You might be talking to yourself. Doesn't look like it because you said the oh shit earlier. You're probably just lagging horribly.
No, I'm lagging horribly.
There it goes.
So you crank the thing back up. You see one of the pieces of the side of the train light back up as part of the barrier reforms over top of where you're standing. One of the engineers is sort of cowering in the corner. Looks up at you as you walk in and just you wrench one of the things back in order. If you guys look in the bottom left as well, there's a little not a handout. There's a little graphic for showing there are 4 engineers currently on the train. If you want to help get them to help you, none of the engineers are currently being used to do anything. So you could use like social skills and things to try to get the engineers to help you. Anything else, Roland?
No, I think that's it.
Krill, you're up.
Well, I mean, I can think of a couple things to do, but first and foremost, what Roland did looks pretty successful, so I'm going to do exactly the same thing. Standard action athletics.
All right. You succeed, of course. DCs are on the bottom of the screen as well. 14, 20, 28. So that is a second success. Does not look like a hard plus 10. Not quite. So the barrier will increase to 3. I am going to update your lightning rail handout. So the barrier flashes back up. It looks a little bit more stable. You can see that there's much more resistance for the bits and pieces and the rubble that is coming from the worm kind of landing on the car. So you will get a bit of a defensive bonus from the shield being at a little bit higher strength. Anything else from you, Krill?
Well, I already used my move, and I'm not confident in using my minor, so nope.
Lotus Paddle, you're up.
Okay, we can see the worm, right?
Mm-hmm. There's no roof on the train car right now.
Right, yes. Well, I'll curse it, because why not? And then come inside the train. And since Lotus spent so long looking at and examining how the train works earlier, it's going to use that knowledge to try to remember as much as it can about the inner magical workings, while also feeling out with arcane senses to try to put together an idea of how everything goes together and which levers need to be in which places. And will then telekinetically flip some levers around, so Arcana.
Sure,
standard
sounds
action.
good. So you easily add another success to the barrier. You should see a lot of the pieces that need to be in the right places just need a little bit of extra juice to get the job done. You see the car sort of jostle a little bit and then get much more stable, much more steady. It stops rocking back and forth quite as much. Anything else, Lotus Petal?
No, that's everything.
Alavaz.
Alright, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna follow suit with Lotus, but instead of tinkering with magical aspects, I'm going to use a standard to use my thievery to kind of try and make the tower go even higher than it would normally go, so that the shield gets even more powerful.
So that is success. We'll put the barrier strength up to 5. Anything else from Alavaz?
Uh, you know what? I'm being ballsy. Let's do it again. Can I even more wires? But this time I'm gonna
Yes.
use the 16 from the auspicious dice.
That's only for attacks, so no,
Oh,
you are
that's
not.
only for attack. Oh, then I'm done. I'm not gonna risk it.
And as I said last time, please update your macro to reflect that it is only attacks, so they don't have to remind you. Kylan, you're
Oh.
up.
I'm gonna go over here and pretty much do the same thing where I try to organize the wires, connect anything that needs to be connected using my thievery.
All right.
And that's a standard.
Okay. So the barrier strength goes up, flips up to 6.
And I'm done.
Give me a moment. I will update the handout.
Does the barrier strength go up to 11?
Not really sure what the barrier strength goes up to, but it at least goes up to 8, because that's as far as you can see in the handout so far. So everyone has a +5 bonus to defenses from the barrier currently. The worm sees you down there, sees you causing problems, would like to chew on the small things causing issues. The worm's head will rear up, and then is going to snap down on Krill. Uh, 33 versus Fortitude.
That will definitely hit.
You now have access to a third handout for what happens when you are swallowed.
Oh, fun.
You are no longer on the train, so you no longer benefit from the defenses and other sorts of stuff from being on the train. So take 25 points of damage. You are now swallowed.
Alright.
So the worm will move its body, wrapping itself around the train. It tries to slam its whole body into the train, leaping across from one side to the other. It is provoking attacks from basically from everybody who would like to take it. So it is going from here to here, and so provoking attacks from everybody along that line. So Kylan, Alavaz, Roland, and Lotus Petal. You are able to take the attacks, but please read the macro so you're aware of what happens if you make an attack.
Oh, crap. Right. I did not read the macro.
I'm
I
okay.
guess it is my punishment for not reading.
Roland, are you going to make an attack?
Which Mac? I'm trying to see which handout this is. This is on.
It's fine. Yeah, I know there's a lot of different moving parts to this. It's not on a handout. It's the macro that I clicked. It's the thrashing leap macro. It's in the
Oh,
chat
okay.
box.
Lotus.
Screw it. I'm gonna do it too.
All right.
I'm not gonna.
So, go ahead, give me your attack, Roland. Are you choosing to mark with this attack?
Fling me. Yeah.
It is. You are not going to connect.
I tickle his underbelly.
So he is going to be marked. He is then going to do a fling rebel attack at Roland and miss horribly. Is then going to violate mark. So Roland, if you would like to punish, you're able to.
Okay, is he gonna fling another rock at me if I do it?
It's only if he. That's only if you attack him while he's doing the movement. 25 versus AC will not connect. He'll chuck a thing down at Lotus Petal.
Okay, this will be a -3. Oh, not
Wow.
that it matters.
He natural ones
Wow.
everything all the time. The worm is going to see that he is actually being bothered and is going to try to intentionally throw some rubble at someone. So he's going to chuck at Roland a piece of the rail car that he has gathered on his body. And 37 versus reflex when he's actually trying to do stuff.
Oh boy.
He's going to try to throw you off the edge of the car, so please make a saving throw. You get a +4 bonus because the side of the train car is still kind of there. You get the very strong impression that if the worm is able to rip off the sides of the train car, that is going to be a very, very bad thing if you fall off of the car from this. So take 26 points of damage, and then the worm is going to action point, and he seems to be only effective when he's eating people, so he's going to attempt to eat Lotus Petal.
-3.
Oh no.
So 35 versus Fortitude.
Remember, you also have
That does
that
actually hit.
+5 to defenses and 5 resist all.
Yeah, so it
While
only hits
on
by
the
like
train.
15 points.
So Lotus Petal, you're over there. Bishop, you're up. So one of the engineers has been used for scaring them into the right position to be able to get them to do stuff. The barrier strength goes back up, goes to 7.
Wait. Oh my. Okay, that's nearly I can. Can't do that.
Den, if you're talking, you can't really hear you, but it looks like you're kind of done. The worm is going to slash and try to break at the train. It is going to provoke an attack from you, Roland, because it is attacking the train and not attacking you. But I think you've already used your violation for this turn.
Is this an OA or an immediate?
It would be immediate. It's attacking the train like it's attacking another creature.
Okay, yeah, I already used it.
So the worm reduces the strength down to 6. At the top of the round, the engineers reset, so the one that has been used will go back to being unused, and then the worm constricts the train again, bringing the total back down to 5. Roland, you're up.
Okay, let's go for the minor this time. I'm gonna bark at one of these engineers to tell him that, you know, our hands are busy and we're gonna need some help if we want to keep this train going. Oh fuck.
So a 23 will be enough to trigger a complication.
Oh sweet.
Oh.
Alright, my
I
voice
don't
cracked.
like that. Oh.
This is why I am not confident in my minor actions.
Agreed.
So you yell at one of the engineers. He kind of sees what's going on, immediately stumbles back, and he kind of falls over one of the different pieces of railing. And as he falls, he grabs hold of something that seems to be on the far side of the room and pulls down. You see the engineer kind of look forward at horror as part of the train seems to be slowly floating away from the rest. I.e., this section of the train looks like it's starting to disconnect.
Oh crap! Well, in that case, can I move? I don't know which corner he pulled, but I want to move over there, and then
Over
as a
here.
standard, make an attempt to. Should I grab him or should I grab the grab the switch?
You can see that the thing that's between the two cars, this piece here, looks like it's starting to unravel and starting to come undone.
Okay. Looks like we're gonna lose an engineer, guys, because I'm gonna try to fix what this guy messed up, and by this guy I mean me. Would I be able to athletics the switch back to its place
Sure.
as a standard?
So basically, you jump across. You see immediately what he was doing is the wrong answer. And before the switch is even able to make it all the way into the off position, you grab it right before it gets to the off position and click it back up. You see the lights in the area come back on. And from where you're standing, you can actually see that there is some sort of engine mechanic over here. There's a lot of lightning coming off the front. If you guys can see in that lightning rail handout, that's the front of the train with the kind of arcing lightning along the top. You can also see what appears to be some sort of device on the roof over here. If you look at these two sort of circle things over here, they seem to be two platforms that are covered in runes and things. Like they might be, they're designed for someone to stand in the middle of them. And you see the train kind of shift a little bit as it makes it back steady from your successful check. So that will not add a strength to a point to the barrier, but that will reverse the thing and will prevent the engine car from disconnecting from the rest of the train.
All right, awesome. I'm gonna let him know that there's some maybe arcane shenanigans going on up front, but you know that's not for me to deal with.
Sounds like a thing for Lotus.
Krill, you're up.
All right, well, I am in a worm's belly. That is true, Bishop. Anyway, I am in a worm's belly, and I think that I am going to hack and claw my way out of there. Athletics.
All right.
That looks pretty good to me.
Yep, that does look pretty good for me.
So I'm a bit confused. Where am I now that I have escaped?
So when you escape, you may go into any adjacent square. I'm assuming you're not going to go to the adjacent squares, which are either in the air or off the side of the train. And so your connection to things is where the head currently is. Actually, I have Lotus on the wrong one. So you are currently at this area. So this is the head right now.
All right. So I'm up here
Sure.
or in there?
Down one. Yeah, that's the edge of the train.
All right. Well, that works for me. That was my standard, so let's see, what can I do? Well, for my move action, I'm going to glance down at one of the engineers and shout, "What are you looking at? Get moving!" And then point out something that should really be fixed to them, because I am perceptive.
Okay. So you use perception to direct them into the correct area.
Yep, pretty much.
So you've seen a crisis before. You've seen how things are supposed to work. You can see that several of the panels dimmed a little bit, and the lights didn't quite turn back on when Roland reconnected the first part of the train. And when they go and start touching things and start realigning everything, you see the barrier continuing to strengthen.
Excellent. Yeah, I don't really trust any of my modifiers enough to use them for a minor, except maybe athletics, and I've already used that, so that is my turn.
Lotus Petal, you were up.
Okay, I don't trust any of my skills, but if I hit it with a power that dominates it, could I get it to spend its turn spitting me out? Is that a thing, mechanically speaking?
You could hit it with a Dominate and see what happens.
Sure, okay, let's do that. Command Insanity with this many bonuses. 25 will?
Unfortunately, a 25 will is not going to connect.
Okay, well, since I didn't have to use this earlier, I'm going to Dark One's Own Luck again and try to roll higher this time. Yay.
A 32 versus will actually connect, and you will become aware of a trait that the worm has.
Fair enough. Okay, well, Operation Dominate is a no-go, although...
No, it does.
50 damage.
It does actually do it. So he is dominated, but he will be able to remove it at the start of his turn.
Yeah, so... Well, I'm back to being a striker.
50 damage.
So,
That
yes,
says a
pretty
lot
good.
about how many hit points it has.
Well, let's try to chew through them. I'm going to action point, because I have so many of them, and I will do the thing that I can't remember the name of. Where is it? Wrath of the Pale Prince. There we go.
As established, 32 will does connect.
Yep. So that's... Oh, and I'll add in some curse damage, so that's a total of 40 damage. Oh, and right, I forgot to... My action point thing adds another 5 damage, so 45 damage, and it's vulnerable 5 cold. Then I'll spend my other action point thingy to Eldritch Blast it.
Okay.
29 reflex.
29 reflex will connect.
Okay, 33
actually,
more.
let me double check. Oh, 29 reflex will unfortunately not connect. I'm sorry. I was reading the wrong number.
Dang. Okie dokie. Can I move enough to get Shadow Walk while inside its belly?
The belly is pretty big. However, the problem is not necessarily the distance, but rather how much space that you actually have to move around. Or sorry, it's not how much space you have. It's being able to move while the body is moving and constricting you and causing other problems. So,
Fair enough.
unfortunately
What
not.
if I teleported?
Sure.
Okay. Well, I'll keep that up then. So I'm still concealed. For CA purposes. And my turn's done.
Alavaz, you're up.
Okay, and let's see. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure. Are there still cables here that I can connect?
I think you were asking if there's still cables that you connect. Yes, you can
Yeah.
still do stuff with the areas that you're in.
Okay, then. Let's go with a standard action thievery again.
Okay. You will be at a penalty for using the same check multiple times.
God damn it.
It's only a -5, so that'll get you to 17, which is still an easy success.
Okay, I need to change. Okay. I'm gonna follow Kurlik's suit and do a perception check as a move action to tell somebody else. Wait, I don't think I can. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it for myself. I'm gonna do a perception check to tell where. Now seeing all the cables, where should I go to connect to empower this string a lot faster?
Okay. So that is a what kind of action?
A move.
Movement action. So you can see that most of the stuff near the panels that you're currently at are pretty much fixed. So the question that I have to ask you is, if you see something that you think you should fix, is this a thing to actually fix it, or are you trying to give a bonus to someone else's check? Is the question. Like, are you trying to take a moment to see what's wrong and then tell someone else, or is this like, oh, I think this is wrong and I press the button? It's also not supposed to be a trick question.
I think I'll go for giving bonus to someone else.
Okay, so you can see that there's several things on the other side of the car. So anyone who makes a check on this side of the car will have a +2 bonus to their next check. So it's an automatic. It is an automatic assist, effectively. So the first check that is made to help increase the barrier strength on the right-hand side of the car will have a +2 bonus.
Okay, and last but not least, I'm gonna use a Quicksilver Motion as my last effect of the turn. So I'll move 8. So 1, 2, God damn it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There. So I can get ready for the next
Kylan, you're
turn.
up.
Alright, so do I get any bonuses since everyone on the train is already intimidated by me?
I don't think that the intimidation is going to be very helpful for what you're trying to get done.
I was gonna tell them to try to work harder.
If you can try to figure out why they're so intimidated by you, you might be able to use that.
I'll say something along the lines of, we gotta get these shields up, or I'll eat your families.
Okay, that is exactly the wrong thing to say. So go
So
ahead.
I'll use my intimidate as a standard.
Out of character, out of game. Did you know that was the right thing to say?
I had an idea because they were asking if there was planes, and I remember hearing barbarians. So I was like, "What do barbarians do?" Maybe.
The halflings of the Talenta Plains, some of them are cannibals, so they do
Oh, I didn't.
occasionally eat people. So situation was that was as a standard action. As a situational bonus, they are completely horrified. So it's not quite enough to make it 2 successes, but they move double time, expecting this to end in a very, very bad way for them if they piss off the halfling. So that is 3 engineers that are currently used. Anything else, Kylan?
Let's see. No, that's it.
The worm. The worm sees that there are people around, and first action he's going to take is to provoke. So the head of the worm is now moving over this way. So Lotus Petal, I'm going to move you with the head. Which means he's going to provoke attacks from Roland, Krill, and Alavaz.
Nope. Alright.
Fling me.
So the 24 versus AC does not connect.
Oh wait, I have +5 defenses. I should be able to take it. So
Okay.
yeah, I'll try it.
I
Let's
actually
go
don't
for a
think
win.
I think I don't have any bonuses for once, because Lotus does count as adjacent.
Yes. Alavaz, are you taking the thing or no? I could kind of only partially hear you.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it.
So that is 3 misses.
Jesus, that thing has a hell of a good defense.
So first one's going to be against Roland. That's 30 versus reflex. And is going to push you 1, 2, 3 to here.
Yep,
Yeah,
it's gonna
that's
hit.
correct. So 34 damage. The second fling is going to be against Alavaz. 29 versus
Miss.
reflex. Again, keep in mind you guys have the bonuses from the train defenses. So you should be at +5 if you are currently on the train. And you are resisting 5 to all damage. Does that hit you, Alavaz?
Nope, that's a miss.
And then the third one, if I can click my buttons properly, is going to be a 36 against Krill.
Ow, yes, that hits.
Would Mark of Warding drop that down by 3?
It would drop it down by 3. That is correct. So it'd be 33 total.
Doesn't matter against me.
Oh shucks.
Yeah, my reflex is bad, but I do have interrupt.
Saving throw, please. So keep in mind that that's not going to do anything for you. Well, not really going to do much. Because you already have resist 5, so if you resist 5 goes up to resist 15, you will take 10 less damage, and then you'll take 10 damage at the end of your next turn. So you can use that, but that's just going to delay the damage. Instead of 10 now, it's going to be 10 at the end of your turn. If you want to do that, that's fine. I'm just making sure that you know that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I signed up for.
Cool. So you are going to be knocked onto the edge of the ledge, and you are going to fall off the train if you do not make a check to catch yourself. You may either use a acrobatics or athletics check in order to catch yourself on the side of the train.
So I've used athletics a bunch already. Am I taking penalties?
You are not. No.
Excellent. I am very confident in my plus 19 to athletics.
And before nat 1. It's a 3, which is enough. So you are prone on the edge of the ledge.
With a plus 19, I can only make moderate.
Yep. For the record, it is slightly higher. I would say it is 2 more difficult than moderate in order to not fall off the train. You barely grab the edge of the train as it starts to slide away from you. You feel your lower limbs kind of hanging out of the edge of the barrier, and getting really uncomfortably close to the very spiny hide of the worm. So the worm has taken his movement action. The worm is going to move its head around, sees that there are certain people that are standing in the middle of the train causing issues. It rears its head back, and then you get this weird sort of constricting motion as its entire body shivers, and you see a row of spines kind of flow along it from the back of the worm to the front as it opens up its mouth, and you see a spiraling motion as a body of lotus petal launches out of its mouth towards Alavaz. Actually, towards Roland, because he's marked by Roland. So he is going to regurgitate. So 20 versus reflex, so a natural 1 against Lotus Petal. And the secondary thing is going to be against Roland, 33 versus your AC.
Okay, with the 5, that should miss.
So Lotus Petal lands prone in that square.
Worm noodle.
And then the worm is going to take a standard action to try to consume someone else. Let's see, 1, 2.
As a free action, I'm gonna try and taunt it. See if it goes for me.
He has a lot of reasons to go for Krill, so he's going to go for Krill. So it'd be a total of 40 versus, sorry, I think correct. A total of 37 versus your Fortitude, Krill.
37 with the 5 defense bonus. I mean, no. My Fortitude is not that good.
Nom nom nom.
Well.
So 21 points of damage, you're swallowed. Minus the 5 from the resistance, of course. You are no longer on the train, so while you are not on the train, you are not benefiting from the bonuses. And it is now Bishop's turn. Yes, you can attack any part of the body. So 25 versus reflex is not going to connect. Okay. Okay, 18 damage is wrong, but give me the attack roll, please. The 18 should be 24. The 39 versus Fortitude is going to connect. And then the 22 versus Fortitude is not going to connect. So the 39 connects, and you see the thunder ripple across the surface of the creature. The charged carapace reaches out to try to bolt you. It is going to attempt to bolt Roland and Bishop. So 23 versus Fort against Bishop. And 28 versus Fort against Roland.
No, sir.
He should have actually been he was dominated. He started just because but I forgot to do the thing. He takes 50 points of damage from getting out of dominate. What did you daze him from? Oh, I see it. The empowerment. I see it now. It took a while for it to go through. So 10 extra points of damage, and ignore the charge carapace. It's not going to do anything. The worm sees that there's people here, sees that the people are causing all kinds of problems, still sees that this barrier is causing problems, is going to try to destroy the barrier rather than attacking a person, and it is going up to go to 7. You all see at the end of the round, Ime, now in her power armor, moves up through the train, sees there's all kinds of things going on, sees everything that's happening here, and then takes her second action to fly through the center. And is going to land there.
Bomb it, dear. Bomb it.
Worm is going to constrict the side of the train, and Roland, you're up.
Okay, can I spend my move to pick Lotus up from prone?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't need it, but if you have nothing else to spend with your action, then sure.
Well, I don't really have anywhere else to go.
Okay, sure, I'll take it then.
Okay, cool.
Well, we need Lotus to go investigate that arcane thing in the next car.
Chucker.
Oh, you know what? I forgot that you have all those teleports and stuff. You probably could just.
But it does save me an action, so.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, in that case, you know what? How about I yell at our last engineer?
So the engineers did reset at the end of the round, so you now have 3 again. Well, you have 4. If you do 1, you'll have 3 now.
All right, I'm gonna yell at one of them. Let them know not to do what that last guy did. So steal your nerves, or else you're going over. Let's make that my standard.
Okay.
Good lord.
Oh,
Whew.
Lord.
Getting on the line.
So you found where the number is that you needed, and just with minimum effort, got the guy to pay attention to you. Seemed like he had a hard time being afraid of you with the halfling in the room.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat anybody's faces, so.
Anything else, Roland?
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I already used it. I guess I can't use Glowering Thread again, so I suppose that's it.
Krill, you're up.
Alright, I'm assuming there are no penalties for using athletics again to escape.
There are not, correct. So to be clear about the whole penalties for multiple things, if you are in a situation where creativity is prized, like in the situation of the complex switches, if you use the same thing again and again, i.e. if you're not being very creative, that is the only time you get a penalty. If there is something that is an automatically assumed check, like an escape action which assumes acrobatics or athletics or automatic things, you will never get a penalty to using the same thing over and over again.
Alright. Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, please mark yourself as bloodied.
So, is my 23 athletics good enough?
So a 23 athletics is not quite enough to get out of the belly of the beast.
Well, that's sad. Well, I have 2 action points, and I'd rather not take what is probably not quite, but near to fatal damage. So I will spend an action point to do that again.
Now, escape actions are made as a movement action, as for the record.
Oh, the handout
Oh, the handout
said
says standard.
that it was a
Never mind.
standard.
Disregard. Handout is correct. So that will be enough to get the job done. You can
Nice.
exit in any of the places that are adjacent, so any of these.
Excellent. Yes, I would now like to get out of the line of fire, so I will move down. I will move over here. I think I can do that. Yeah.
Anything else?
Well, Bishop seems to be protesting. Why don't you like bugs? They're friendly. Come on. It's just a little bug. Just a little buzzing.
You see him just icking, like oozing ichor as he's, bleeding heavily from coming out of the worm. Do you have anything you want to do with your minor action, Krill? That's the main question before we move on.
I don't know if there is anything I can do with my minor action. I've already used athletics for the skill challenge, so nah.
Keep in mind, again, if it's you use the same thing multiple times, either in the same turn or in successive turns, then you get a penalty. If you have not used it recently, you do not get a penalty for using it again.
Alright.
You could quarry things, but I don't know what kind of ranger would do that.
Well, especially since my quarry actually does a mark, so I do not want to override the mark when I am this low of hit points.
Alright, Lotus Petal, you're up.
Okay, time to throw out all my Eldritch Blasts. So, action point. I will Eldritch Blast with my Long Night Scion action. 31 reflex.
31 reflex does not connect, unfortunately. You see it playing off of his hide.
Yep, okay, maybe I'll switch to Eye Bites for the other two then. That might work better. So, Eye Bite as my regular standard. Oh, 49 plus curse, so that'll be 51 damage.
Seem to be much more effective.
Cool. And I'll Eye Bite with my action point action. Maybe not. Then I'll spend my move action. We wanted to check out that thing, right? So I will walk over to there and check out. Can I look at it with a minor action?
So you can do a knowledge check as no action. You either know things or you don't. If you want to investigate it after not figuring out what's going on, then you can. So this is either, to figure out what these circles do, it's either an Arcana check or a Dungeoneering check, your choice.
Okay, well, I'm good at one of those things. So, bam.
So you can, which one are you doing that on? This circle or this circle? They have different functions.
Oh, the closer one.
So this circle seems to be covered in lightning. You can tell that it seems to be some sort of minor summoning circle. You don't get the impression that it can summon everything, rather that it seems to be tuned to summoning a specific thing. With the 30 Arcana, you can be reasonably sure that the whispering elementals that you saw that were helping defend the train earlier are likely summoned from these types of circles. So you feel like if you go over here and you activate the circle, it will be able to summon a whispering elemental.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Well, then it's all of my turn done.
Alavaz, you're up.
All right, then. Oh well. Let's yeah, that's the best. Oh, God dang it! Stop moving around. Okay, so yeah, I don't really have any other choices. So wait, will doing a thievery again cost me anything since I did something else at the end of my turn?
Did you use thievery last round?
Yeah, and then
Then
immediately after I
yes.
use perception.
If
Oh,
you use
shit.
it last
Okay.
round, you will be at the penalty. Yes.
Okay, then let's do an insight check as a move to try and tell whether I can determine which things I will need to plug in to empower the shield more. So, insight?
Sure. Trying to figure out what the right thing to do is by looking at the engineers as they work and try to figure out what exactly they're doing to try to help them. Sure.
Correct?
So that is a success. So you reach over and touch some buttons that are kind of more towards the edge of the train. The engineers definitely notice that they should actually click those buttons, but getting closer to the barrier and closer to the worm is something that they're trying to avoid if at all possible. So that is a success. The barrier is at 8.
Okay. Let's see. Then, as a standard, ugh, things are really bad. Oh well. Oh, here goes nothing. Oh, oh, right. I think I have an idea. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is the following. I'm going to, with acrobatics, I'm going to do a backflip, hold on to the lever, and kind of pull it with me as I do the backflip. This is the momentum I use, so it turns.
Okay. Is this a standard?
Yeah, this is the standard.
Cool. So the 33 is not going to quite get hard plus 10, but you are going to kind of pull it up. As you do, you see the barrier above your head get to be significantly stronger. It almost actually looks like a fully physical barrier now. And the handout's been updated, and I will reshare it with the players. The barrier seems to be in full complete force. You can actually see it seems to be molded to where the top of the car would have been before it got ripped off. So everyone now who is on the train will have a resist 10 all to damage. Anything else,
Nice.
Alavaz?
No, I'm done. I'm not gonna risk ruining this good moment.
Kylan, you're up.
So I forgot. Does unconsciousness affect these worms?
You do not know? Are you asking, is it one of the listed things in the trait?
I think I saw a list of status effects. Yeah, that. Okay.
Unconscious is not on the trait.
So I'm gonna hop up here and I'm gonna use knockout on that worm.
I swear I got this. If this ends the whole thing in one blow, I'm gonna be so annoyed.
So a 39 versus Fortitude will definitely connect, and you will unfortunately be aware of something that a monster knowledge check might have told you, is he is immune to unconscious. He
Okay.
doesn't seem to have a consciousness at all. It does not seem to be a thinking thing. As you slam into it, it doesn't seem to react at all.
Okay. By any chance, does that daze it then instead? For whatever reason.
Sure. We'll say that it dazes because that would be kind of what it would have been in a miss. So,
Okay. Cool.
also he's already dazed. So,
And then as a minor, I'll use snapshot on him. I'm sorry, Gary. I keep forgetting to describe what I'm doing
That's fine.
or press the
Like I
button.
said, the goal, especially on some of these things, is to get you guys used to what I want you to do in Paragon. So as long as you're attempting to be descriptive, be creative, as long as you're attempting to hit your buttons and then explain things, I'm going to be fairly forgiving. If you're doing the same thing at AL20, I'm going to start poking at you and skipping your turn. That
Okay.
unfortunately will not connect though.
All right, and I'm done.
So the worm will begin its turn. It will use its Juggernaut trait to remove a daze effect from it, and it will take some flame spiral damage. Whose TV is that? Jane, is that your TV we can hear in the background? Could you mute yourself, please? Yes, it is your TV. Gene, mute yourself. So the worm. He's no longer dazed. Doesn't have any other things on him. So first action he's going to do is he is going to do a movement action to move from the position 3 over here. So he's not going to provoke attacks from anyone. Actually, he would provoke from Bishop and Kylan if they would like to take it.
It's okay. It's still the same thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. That little thing down there seems to be quite painful. So he is going to standard action devour on Bishop. What's the... Oh yeah, so the attack is going to miss. He is then going to fling rubble at Bishop. So 21 reflex, I assume, also misses. Well, he's going to devour you and see if that connects. 25 versus Fortitude. I think with all of the defensive bonuses, it's not going to hit. Well, it might. So what other bonuses beyond the +5 do you have? Because according to the sheet, you've got 24. Oh, well, no is an interrupt, not no I wouldn't hit. Okay, go ahead. For the purposes of some of your things, please keep in mind that he determines reach from each of his pieces. 26 versus reflex is not going to hit, unfortunately. Num num num. So you take 18 damage, which gets reduced down to 8. The worm seems to feel like this is actually functioning way better than all of his other plans. So he's going to try to eat Kylan as well. 36 versus Fortitude, Kylan.
Yeah, I'm eating.
You are also swallowed. You take 23, which gets reduced down to 13 due to the defenses on the train. And I don't... Oh, he's got a fling rubble attack he can use. So... yeah, that bug seems like it's fairly injured. He's going to fling rubble down to the bug. Krill, coming your way. 27 reflex, might not connect.
That, yeah. With the +5 power bonus to defenses, that will not connect.
Nice. Worm ends its turn. Bishop, you're up. Being sad is a free action. Take the rest of your turn. The 36 for 26 will definitely work. The worm is going to constrict the train, saying that it feels like it's starting to get frustrated not being able to go through as the train seems to be getting stronger rather than weaker. It will knock the handout back down to the 2 level, or sorry, the 6 to 8 level. So everyone has the plus 5 to all defenses and resist 5 instead of the resist 10. Ime, seeing that things are going very poorly, continues to fly through, is going to make it to this final circle. You see the power armor that she's wearing kind of lock into place. Things start to spiral around on either side of her. She puts her hands down. You see her hands sink into what look like consoles, and a weird-looking construct on the top of the train swivels around, and you see it looks like it's some sort of projectile weapon as it hums up and begins to fire.
Nuka, baby. Ooh, railgun. Nice.
The worm, feeling like it's starting to get punished and actually really not liking this whole thing where it keeps attacking stuff and nothing seems to work, instead of constricting the barrier, is going to start thrashing and trying to smack things. It reaches down with its body and tries to flail through the barrier at Krill. 38 versus your AC.
I'm not that delicious.
That's what I was saying.
So one of those
It-
big mandible things comes down and slashes into you for 32 points of acid damage.
Ow.
Roland, you're up.
Okay, well.
So I'm unconscious now.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
Okay, factoring in the cannon little armor debuff.
Okay.
Gonna go to the side of the train, try to grab this bad boy, but
That will unfortunately not connect.
all right, let's use one of those fresh action points from that guy.
Cool.
God damn it.
2 lore is also not going to get the job done.
Okay, well, he's marked now, so better late than never. Sorry, guys.
I'm surprised you didn't use this as an OA earlier.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know he had one. Well, oh no, he didn't provoke it from me because he was going along the top.
Oh, I
right?
meant like
Something that.
previously. I don't think you used grappling strike. I think you used a melee basic attack.
Oh. Oh no, I think I was using grappling strike the whole time, but yeah, that's my turn though.
Krill, you're up. Krill, make a death saving throw. Lotus Petal, you're up. Close, but not quite.
Okay. I'm going to try to walk forward to this circle and activate it. Since I learned all about it, I figure I have some idea of how to turn it on. So gonna Arcana at it.
So you do not need to make a check. You are aware of how the circle works. As long as you stand in the center of the circle and command the Whispering Elemental to form, it will form around you.
Oh, does that take an action?
It does not take an action to command the Elemental to form.
Sweet, then I will do that.
It's effectively a free action to say what you need to say to get it to form. And you see a Whispering Elemental appear.
Alright.
So
Does it look like this railgun could be fired faster if I made skill checks at it, or is it a once per round thing?
it definitely looks like there are more guns on the top and more stations that you could employ in order to fire the guns.
Okay,
Also, you're aware of the Whispering Elemental's aura.
Cool. Is the check at action of your choice with appropriate DC?
Yes. And the DC is based on what type of action you use.
Sure. It might actually spend a standard action to tell the engineers to come over and shoot the guns. Lotus will turn around and say, Oh, hello. If you don't shoot the thing with the guns... Oh, crap. I'm not describing very well. If you don't go and use those guns to kill that thing, you will all die very, very soon. Try to use Intimidate in a very cheerful manner.
Sounds good. I think the cheeriness definitely adds to the intimidate, not distracting from it. And
There are some
fortunately,
options.
you can't fail, even with a natural one.
Yes.
So that will use. Actually, I think that's the first engineer for the round. I just keep forgetting to reset it. Krill, it is going to be your job from now on to remind me to reset the engineers for the round. Well, until you're conscious, it's your job.
Okay.
So the
I
engineer
expect to
will
regain
scurry into the
consciousness
room
soon.
and will fire one of the railguns.
Yep, and with my minor action, I don't have it macroed, but I'm going to activate my Blade Initiate thing for +1 AC, and that's my turn.
Alavaz, you're up.
All right, then let's continue on with my tinkering. Let's do some thievery as a as a move action, just to make sure that we can fix things. Ooh, perfect.
That will succeed.
So plugging in more numbers, let's do a perception as a standard to kind of follow what the other engineers are doing and just mimic them.
Okay.
Nice.
So you continue poking along. You can see the barrier getting to full strength. You can see as it's continuing to get stronger and stronger, more of the energy from the engineering car seems to be able to not only protect the rest of the train, but more of those guns on the roof seem to be turning online. While none of them seem to be operating on their own quite yet, you get the strong impression that if you continue to build this up, those guns on the roof might be able to fire more.
Okay. Do I risk it for a biscuit? It's the question that I want to do. No, I'm not risking it. Hell
Do
no.
it.
No.
Don't
I know
do it. We already know that bad things happen if you fail.
exactly. That's why I'm not gonna do it. I'm done.
Follow your heart.
Kylan, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to use my acrobatics. I'm gonna jump from diverticuli to diverticuli, trying to escape out of this worm's belly.
While also studying for your biology final.
Yeah.
You succeed.
And then it's an adjacent, so I'll just go right here. And as a minor, I'm going to low slash this worm. Damn it, I
Alright.
did it again.
That's fine. Like I said, the goal is to get you in the habit of doing the things, so start working towards that. If it feels like I'm being especially pokey at other people, it's because I'm being especially pokey at people that have higher level characters than you. The 38 versus reflex will definitely connect, and it does slow. So he is
Yeah,
now
that-
vulnerable too.
So I am done.
I don't remember, but you click on it again, and if it does slow, then I'll do extra 2 points of damage, and his vulnerability will be at 4. Anything else, Kylan?
Oh, sorry.
Alright, the worm begins his turn. He seems to be very upset about what's going on here. So the worm rears up and it tries to flop most of its body on top of the train, moving its entire form back and forth, causing a lot of those ridges to rake the top of the train as it thrashes back and forth, constricting the train itself. It is going to remove half of the successes from the challenge.
Oh, baby.
Jeez.
As it tries to rip back and forth, is then going to leap across the train. So it goes from this top left position to the bottom position here. So it's going to provoke from Kylan, Krill, and, well, not from Krill because Krill's unconscious, but Kylan and Roland.
I'm good.
So Kylan chooses not to take it. Roland, are you?
Yes, sir. Oh, good lord. All those bonuses and I roll a 1.
So he chucks a thing at you.
So it went to half. What's our current defense thingy?
So at 5, you have +2 to all defenses and resist 5 all.
Oh, that's gonna hit for sure.
I was pretty sure it did. That's why I moved you already. 21 points of damage minus resist 5, so it's 16 points of damage. Worm has already used his standard action. Worm has a single thing left. So he is going to... Bishop, did you take your damage at the end of your turn from being inside of the worm? I assume you did, but I didn't actually check.
I got bloodied there, so I hopefully tagged him with that one.
Okay. So he is going to regurgitate you towards Roland. So 34 versus reflex on Bishop, and a 37 versus AC on Roland.
Oof.
So 32 points of damage to Bishop. And Roland lose a surge and get knocked prone. Those are the 3 actions with the worm. Doesn't want to use his action point yet. Bishop, you're up. You are prone, as a note.
Can I recommend helping Roland up so he can help me up?
Bishop did deliver.
Yeah, but he needs a standard to heal me. Can't use that if he needs that standard to move. Does Roland have acrobat boots?
No, I don't.
That's what I thought.
I wonder if I could use Boots of the Mighty Charge to do that. Probably not.
Charge heal.
It depends on what the power is.
I'm almost certain it's for an attack.
Okay, so you pull Bishop to your feet. You impress upon them exactly how important it is that this worm does not get through, and that flop doesn't happen with the barrier down. That is definitely a success, and does use one of the engineers. The worm again feels like attacking the thing seems to be completely pointless, as much effort it puts into it does not seem to actually cause any problems to you all, so is going to continue biting at people. Roland, you're there and causing problems. He's going to attempt to devour you.
Uh-oh.
No, stop attacking my stand-in Helic.
Oh, baby.
So he crits you for 34 points of damage.
Ow! I think our tank just got tanked.
Keep in mind that the 34 is before the resistance, so you go down to 29.
Worm! Stop attacking my Helic! I'm gonna come down from buggy heaven and stab you if I die.
Ime fires the railgun. So she's going to do some damage, and then the round is going to end. I can't remember where my buttons are. There's the button. So she will do 23 points of damage.
You hath tasked me with keeping reminders of engineers. The round is ending. Reset them.
Thank you. Then all of the other stuff that's on him falls off. Kylan, your slow is until the end of your next turn from low slash, right?
I believe so. Want me to hit the macro again?
Please. So he no longer has a defense penalty. However, he is now vulnerable to. He is still vulnerable to all.
Yeah. So end of
Yes. The worm seems that eating people is much more successful than all of his other plans. Is going to eat Alavez. 34 fortitude, Alavez.
That's gonna hit me if I don't do this first. So where's it? For the love, where? There it is. Please, for the love of God, hit. Please.
27 is not going to connect. Also, you're not in melee one of the creatures, so
oh wait,
you can't actually use that power. So don't worry about it hitting or missing because you can't use the power.
Oh great, this is gonna hurt.
So you take 23 damage minus 5. You take 18 points of damage, and you are now swallowed. Nope, never does. That's how reach works, Bishop. So that was the worm's one action. The Whispering Elemental flows through the train. DM's going to mark things. It's going to go to here. I think that's still within 5 of... Nope, it's not. So he is going to use Empower. You get the impression that with each time that these things form a completely new one, one, it's going to take a little bit of time for the circle to gain the energy to summon another one. However, it does count as a new creature. So this is the first time that this creature has empowered anyone, and it is going to choose Bishop and Lotus as the two people to empower, partially because he doesn't have the movement speed to reach Krill. And he doesn't have line of effect to the people who are currently swallowed.
Could I get an action point, please?
Sure. Wow, I was surprised that worked. Cool. Roland, you're up.
Okay. Gonna try to claw my way out as I climb out this dude here.
You succeed.
Okay, so I'm not exactly sure where I would appear.
Any adjacent square, so any of these.
Okay, and then with that, I'm going to move over to Krillic and use my regular action point to let's hopefully get a heal going.
So for the purposes of making sure everything's clear, the red squares are the ones that you're able to escape to if that's the head that's or if that's the one that's currently the head.
I have no idea how first aid works, but I hope that succeeds.
That is enough to allow you to spend a second wind, yes.
Yeah, 15 to stabilize for 9.
The DM is going to realize that he's doing hit points wrong and try to fix that real quick.
And let's see. As a miner, I'm just gonna like cry out to these engineers like, we got men down and we got guys in this worm. We need you guys to get this damn train going.
Nice.
And this is a minor action, correct?
Yes.
Excellent.
That
one, I'm glad you tried,
amazing.
and two, I'm glad you succeeded. So barrier goes up to 7, and
This
I
is
said it
where
with my
Roland's
chest.
reputation comes from, I'm sure.
And that's my turn right there. Yes.
all right then, Krill, you're up.
Yes, I am no longer unconscious. So, um, well, the first thing to do is, how about we try to force some of the more badly damaged sections of the train back into place so they're more of an impromptu barrier against the worm doing its slidey thing again.
Okay.
So, just a really quick thing. Uh, let's do that with a move and athletics.
Okay. So, because you know you can't fail it, you do not fail. So you're able to
I mean,
shore up
I
some of the
almost
pieces.
used a minor. I almost used a minor, but I'm not totally confident in my minors.
So the barrier's back up to 8.
Excellent. And let's see. I will use my standard for dungeoneering, which I also cannot fail.
Keep in mind the aura from the elemental looks like this. And luckily you cannot fail the engineering, so it goes up to 9. You guys are now on the tier where everyone has the bigger bonus to resistance, so everyone is currently at +5 to all defenses and resist 10 all. The pink dot is on him, Roland. The top left one is the one that keeps track of all of the nonsense. The only marker that is not always on the top left is the one that shows where the head is, which is that one little one at the bottom. Ah, it doesn't reply. Gotcha. Cool. Lotus Petal, you were up.
Okay, Lotus will look around at all the engineers who very helpfully mounted the guns and tell them, "Good work, everybody. If you keep that up, none of you will even die." And I'm going to be rolling bluff to get them to keep on going.
Is that as a standard?
Yeah.
Engineers use.
Then
Are you trying to get them to fire an additional railgun, or trying to get them to work harder and work on the barrier?
more railguns.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll walk over to here, and then I will action point and throw out. Let's start with an eye bite for the special one. And I forgot my bonuses. So should I count the defense penalty in this, or are you doing that yourself?
Do the defense penalty on your end if you can.
Okay.
You can also include the vulnerable if you want on your end. Just let me know what you're doing.
I will. I'll include everything.
33 will connects for 30 points of damage.
And yes, 32 points of damage. And I'll spend the actual action I got out of that to try that same thing. You know what? Let's go for an Eldritch Blast. Feels better. Oof. Okay, that's a miss.
It is, unfortunately. It feels better. Also, it misses.
Exactly. I might as well regain phase step, and that's my turn done.
Alevaz, you're up. Alright. I'm using acrobatics as a standard to get the hell out of this damn thing because it stinks at the high heaven.
26 is not going to be enough to get you out. Although you get the very strong impression that it's going to get you out one way or the other.
Rather not be that way, but it looks like I can make it out. So, wait a minute. Oh yeah, you already said that there's no, Okay, then I'm gonna have to do this. I really didn't want to, because this will probably leave me without anything. What else? So, minor to enter my stance, and
Okay.
then a standard to make an attack with this.
You've already used your
So,
standard to try to
oh
escape. Are you
yeah,
spending an
I
action point?
forgot. I already forgot that. Then I'm not gonna do that because I won't waste it since I can't attack. Uh,
Well, I mean, if you
wait,
enter stunning palm, you don't have to immediately use it. You can keep it on for a while.
yeah, but it'll be until the end of the encounter, so I'd rather not waste it. Question: can I swift fly my way out of this worm?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Fly out of him.
He does have a mount that you might be able to fly out of. Yeah. If you have a power that gives you a fly speed or something like that, you might be able to use that to make another check.
Like that?
Sure. Give me a check to try to fly out of the creature's gullet without smashing into one of those ridges.
So, I'll do acrobatics again since that's the best thing I can do.
Makes the most sense.
Yeah. Use the diverticuli.
So you see the things go as you dodge back and forth, like you're in some sort of action flick, and make your way out. So you now end in one of those squares.
Whew. That's good. Well, that's my move and my standard. As a minor, I'm gonna use insight again. Though thankfully I haven't used it since a turn ago. To kind of look at the whole engineering concept here and try to tell where would the best place be to just make the heel go out faster again.
So you look and you're fairly certain you know exactly which button to pick. You just kick this button right here, and as a minor action, you click that button.
Damn it!
Oh dear. This is why we don't use minor actions.
What if I have a plus 19?
So you're not entirely sure. Oh, plus like 19 means that you still have a decent chance to fail. You need a plus 27 to auto succeed a minor action. So, Arcana, Nature, and Religion, until the end of Alawaz's next turn, are at a -5, as some of the energies seem to be very messed up around and start arcing between the different panels. Apparently, Alawaz's psionic powers don't really react well with whatever powers are going on to keep this train afloat.
Well, at least the parry didn't go down, so that's good.
Kailan, you're up.
I'm just gonna stab it with my Sly Flourish.
Is unfortunately going to miss.
Alright, and then I'm gonna shift that one. And that will end my turn.
Alright, he is no longer vulnerable. The worm. Worm has his full turn. Let's see. First option is this going to be to jump across and make the one up top here the head. So that is going to be Bishop, Lotus Petal, Alavaz, and the Elemental will all get an attack against it. The Elemental swipes at it as it comes across, and the worm seems to completely ignore it. It goes straight through the worm's body without causing any damage. And then the worm will fling a pebble at the Elemental. You see the Elemental take a pretty significant amount of damage for how sturdy it is. Bishop, Lotus Petal, and Alavaz, do any of you guys want to take an attack of opportunity?
Not me.
Doesn't have anyone currently in there, but sees Lotus Petals around, so Lotus Petal, you have a Devour coming your way.
Yay! That actually misses.
So 23 versus 4 misses. It's going to shoot at, it's going to crit Bishop
No.
for one more for 34 points of damage total on Bishop. Going to push you to there.
Keep in mind, we have resist 10.
He re-roll a crit hit to a crit miss.
That is amazing.
Accurate use of thing is accurate. Little annoyed at this whole process. He's going to use his action point, his last action point, and go and try to bite on Lotus Petal.
Oh, it's a
Later.
note. I am
Really like
invisible to it right now.
Oh, you
So-
are invisible to it. Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, he's gonna attack Bishop. 29 versus Fortitude.
Unlucky flipping it off.
Gulp. You flip it off, it bites you and swallows you.
This drummer has a sense of this drummer has a sense of irony to it. I kind of love this worm.
You still managed to be inside the worm. So
At the end, he has a minor action, so he is gonna fling a piece of rubble. Let's say I'm gonna toss it at. I'll toss it at Alves as I was jumping across. So, crit on Alves.
Oh my
Oh, for the
god.
love of God! So that's a 16. I got nothing that I could do to stop it, so gotta
So,
make a saving throw.
yep. So total of 34 points of damage. So it'll go down to 24 because of the resistances.
So let's say
So saving throw at
minus
plus 3.
6 more.
That is a failure.
oh no.
You need
Oh,
to make
for the
a
love.
DC 22 acrobatics check or fall off of the train. Okay, you are prone but not off the side of the train. The 22 acrobatics check. So, good deal. So you're just prone there. I don't know how much damage you took, but the total you should have taken after resistance should have been 24.
Yeah, I already took it. I
Bishop,
had,
you're up.
36.
Bishop attempts to be a spicy meatball.
Yo, I was just about to type that.
The 38 will definitely connect. So 18 points of lightning damage on the inside. So you see your lightning arc out, slicing through the sides of its body as the thing washes through. You see a little crack start to open in its body on the side as your attack bloodies the beast.
Holy crap, it just now got bloodied. And this is a team of strikers that's attacking it every other turn. Holy... This thing is not gonna die anytime soon.
I took a bloody bones. My curse falls off it, though I am just going to reapply it.
Okay. The worm seems very upset about all of these things that are occurring. Can't regurgitate, so is just going to attempt to devour Kylon. 35 fortitude. I believe that swallows Kylon.
And I go again.
End of the round, the railgun fires. And the worm takes 18.
Dang it, Hunt, hit it harder than that. We're taking too much damage down here.
All right. The worm has decided that the only successful action it can possibly take is to devour people. So Alves, devour.
To hit me, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead.
No.
Well, not dead, unconscious more like it.
So
That's it,
you'll still be on the train at the first part of the devour. So it will only deal 13 points of damage, but I still think that that's enough to reduce you to 0.
Yup, by 1.
The
Actually, by 2.
the elemental will continue to work its way through the train. We'll go to here. We'll cast Empower on Roland and Krill. Keep in mind the first part of the power still works, so Krill, you're at +2 bonus to attack rolls and saving throws. Same with you, Roland, and then you get to make the choices. And then Krill and Roland, you can choose to do your spending of surges or gain an action point or whatever it is you would like to do. AP and Glowering Threat on that much health, I like it. I like it. I'm
Hell yeah.
for it. Roland, you're up.
Okay. Roland panics.
All right, so you get 54 hit points back.
Okay, gonna. Oh, shit, which side? I guess I'll move to one of the sides here, and gonna spend that action point that I just picked up.
Okay.
I have no idea if it has any penalties or not, so I'm just gonna go flat. Yeah, damn it. All right. Well, as a minor, I'm gonna pop that glaring threat, and there you go. Marked and
You can't hit the broadside of a worm.
Nope. But he is marked and at a -5 if he tries to hit anybody but me.
Crow, what was the second thing you took? Yeah, you get 2 options because this is the first time I think this elemental has hit you with anything. So
Ah, alright. I will take an AP then.
okay, so your turn.
Yep. Let's see. So, everyone is getting swallowed.
Lose.
I think the best course of action at this time is to, let's say, probably Bishop. I think the best course of action at this time is to get more railguns working by working on the barrier.
Okay.
So, we're still taking a penalty to nature, religion, and arcana, right?
Correct.
Okay, I will use my standard to... Let's see, how do I actually justify this?
What are you trying to use? I might be able to help.
Nature.
So
'Cause I
nature,
can do that.
nature, religion, and arcana are all power checks. So basically, you just feed X energy into the machine and try to give it a little bit of a boost. So religion is divine power, nature is primal power, and arcana is arcane power.
Well, as a ranger, I try to give it a martial spin. So, you know, I'm sure this worm hasn't done all the damage to the train. So let's see if there's anything that's just a little corroded or finicky from normal time passing.
Okay. Or maybe even things that are easier to break because it was a little worn.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I will factor in the penalty. That is my standard.
That is a success. So you can see a spot where the, especially again around the edges where the engineers are kind of avoiding. Uh, excuse me, had to cough. You can see that that area looks like it was under the worst case, and actually there's just a one little panel that you can just kind of push back forward, and some of the lights turn back on.
Excellent. Now, as my move, let's see, what other skills can I do? How about acrobatics? So, I know I've got so many things to do. My allies are being eaten by the worm, so I'm just going to try to manage this entire side of the room by myself.
So you're just stretching your arms out in every raid, like press all of the buttons.
Pretty much.
Cool. Hook me up with a acrobatics check. This is as a movement.
This is as a move, yes.
Excellent. So that succeeds by 1.
And once again, I don't trust my minor enough to use it, so that is my turn.
But you could get it to 12 if you did. If you trusted it. If you believed in your dice.
Even with my plus 19 to athletics, I need...
An 11.
I'm pretty sure I'm taking a penalty to athletics this round, too, so...
Oh yeah, so you need like a 15 to make sure you're
Yeah,
safe.
I don't trust that. Not
Do
quite.
it.
You'd only need a 14, but you'll be fine.
Do it.
Lotus, you do something.
Lotus, you're up.
Okay. I could work on the barrier, but I kind of want to just shoot it so we can hit it. But I also want to see what happens if it reaches 12. But it says it's at full power already. No, I'm just gonna get it shooting. I think.
You do know that there are additional successes. There's one additional tier left.
Oh, okay, sure. In that case, Lotus will look over at the engineers that's been ordering around already and say, oh look, my friends have been swallowed. If they all die, so will you." Glower at them menacingly to intimidate them as a move action into working on that barrier.
Gotcha.
Hey, there we go.
That is very successful, and the final thing pops up.
Hey! We did it, guys!
Oh, I can't see the thing.
I just did it, and I'm going to be sharing it again. So the barrier completely at full strength. You see some of the power is being diverted away from the car to actually fully power the railguns. One of the guns turns online and kind of turns on its own. It will now begin to fire at the beginning of the round.
Excellent. Well, I will then curse it again and shoot with an eye bite, since that seems to work.
So if you get additional successes from this point on, as long as the barrier is at 12 or higher, you will get an additional gun that will fire at the start of the next round.
Great, huge 26 damage from that.
All right. Did you curse him again as a minor? I thought I heard
Yeah, I
that.
did.
Yeah. Elvaz, you're up. Well,
No,
actually,
I'm
you're
down.
down. Death saving throw.
On it. Here's praying that I make it. Hey!
You end your turn. You spend a surge. Kylan, you're up.
Nice. Okay, so you don't need that healing.
No, I don't
Deck
need it
anymore.
anymore.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna go down as soon as he knocks me out, but at least I won't die.
Okay.
You didn't roll a 20 though. You rolled an 18.
Yeah, the result
It
needs to be
doesn't
20 or
matter.
higher.
20 or higher.
Oh, is that how? Oh, it
Yep.
was nat 20. Cool.
Yeah.
Actually, I reacted the same way when they told me.
Okay, so I'm gonna use the same method as I used last time to escape. Once it worked out, so
They worked out very well in the past and works out very well now.
yeah. So I'm gonna use Bloodbath on.
Action point, I assume, and Bloodbath?
I thought escaping was a move
No,
action.
escaping is a
Escaping is a
standard.
standard action from the Swallow.
Okay, I'll use an action point.
Okay. So, I don't believe you have combat advantage against them, but do you?
I would think so. They're not considered adjacent, right?
The guys that are swallowed are considered adjacent, yes, unfortunately.
If that's the case, then I'll just use Life Flourish.
And I'll keep that same roll. So, probably 30 on Sly Flourish. And go ahead and roll Sly Flourish, and we'll do the damage from Sly.
Okay.
So 19 points of damage, plus 2, 21 points of damage.
Okay, and I'll end my turn.
The worm begins his turn. The worm is going to choose not to move this round. He's going to continue where he is, flopped on the top of the train, so that he can hawk 2 loogies. First one's going to be against Alevaz. Alevaz, he's going to spit you out at Krill. He is provoking an attack of opportunity from this, Kylan, so if you'd like to take the attack, you're welcome to do so.
Okay.
This should be at a -8, yes.
So So it is a -8 total to the regurgitate. So it's only a 20 versus reflex on, sorry, a 22 versus reflex against Alavaz, and
Woo,
then
that's a
a
miss.
29 against Krillic. So 29 on Krill, 29 AC.
That is without the defense bonus included.
Correct. This is
So-
just with his penalty.
Yeah, that will miss me.
Excellent. So that seemed to work not very well. He's going to spit at Roland instead.
Uh-oh.
So neither one of the penalties. Well, actually, one of the penalties being this. So we had a -5 against Bishop, and then a whatever against Roland. Not a -9 against Roland.
Would it
There
still be a -8 since it's
we go.
the attacks against him?
You are included in the attack, so he doesn't take them to get the -3.
Okay.
So it's only going to be a 31 reflex against Bishop, and then a 34 against Roland.
Oh, prone and surged.
So Bishop, that's 33 points of damage against you, sir. You can use that, but I'm very certain that's not going to be enough to prevent you from getting hit. You're not on the ship when you get hit with this. So the first part of it is you getting actually shot out of the creature's mouth, and that is not going to. You're not on the ship for that. So, since eating people seems to be the thing that works, and Roland is the one that's causing him problems, he's going to attempt to eat Roland.
Uh-oh.
29 versus your Fortitude, Roland.
I tumble away.
Frustrating. Bishop, you're up.
The one
Strength-based.
time it targets Fort.
So Bishop is back on his feet. Uh, 22 reflex will not connect. Alright, so you're going to intimidate someone to use one of the railguns rather than to... Oh yeah, well, I guess it doesn't matter. Both of them have the same effect right now. .26 will succeed, so it'll be a second railgun at the start of the round. You guys just don't have any faith in your abilities. Roland, you have that really high Fortitude defense? He's
Yes,
going to
sir.
try to eat that really high Fortitude defense.
Okay, lay it on me. That's gonna miss.
It should be 39 total because you're prone. So,
Oh. In that case, oh shit, it's gonna eat me.
Indigo.
gulp. And yeah, Bishop, I think you use your acrobat boots to stand up, but I don't think you use your movement action. Oh, you did use a movement action to intimidate, so. Ime is going to fire a gun. Do a little bit of damage, and then the round is going to begin. And 2 railguns are going to fire. So total of 16 from the first one and 22 from the second means that's 38 points of damage.
and he takes -6 to all defenses.
-4, but yes.
4. Oh yeah, that's at the end of that. Never
Right.
mind.
His Ime is intentionally at the end of the round. And he is now -4 to all defenses. And he sees that there's people still causing problems. He's going to continue to try to eat people. Alavez looks like an easy target.
Damn it! Not again.
So this is going to be a total of -8. So he misses Alavez, I believe. Yep, miss on Alavez, and the Elemental is going to empower on Krill and Alavez. I don't actually. Bishop, have you benefited from the empowerment yet so far? I don't know if you've been around for this guy. Okay, so he's gonna do it on Krill and Alavez. So Krill, you get the +2 to saving throws and +2 to defenses, and then I think Alavez, this is you getting the thing for the first time, so you get the other benefit, and then the Elemental will move away.
All right. I will be regaining an encounter power.
I'll take action
Roland, you're
for
up.
an encounter.
Okay.
Krill, if you've already benefited from it, you can't get the extra benefit. You're just getting the +2 to saves and attacks.
This is the first time I
Oh.
benefit, so I'm getting the action point,
Oh.
and I'll recover. Ooh, that's a good choice. What the hell should I recover? Got so many things that I can recover. I'm going for Iron Dragon defense, just in case.
Okay. I'm shit. I think I'm lagging right now, but if you could like tag my token within athletics, I'm gonna try to claw my way out yet again.
25 athletics is what you rolled. Unfortunately, that's not going to quite be enough. I don't know if you've used a heroic effort, but if you have heroic effort and you would like to use it, you can.
I believe that yeah, I did, and I didn't recover it. So, crap. I don't know what I'm gonna do, guys. Can I just like, I guess, keep my new apartment warm?
It's a different kind of bird.
So you lose your bonuses at the start of your turn defenses, and if you have a movement or minor you'd like to do while you're inside the belly of the beast, let me know. Krill, it is your turn.
I don't think it would be able to allow me to escape or anything, right?
If you are creative enough, then I might allow you to escape with another action.
Ooh. Okay, well, maybe when I load back in, I'll figure something out.
Krill, go ahead.
Sorry about that.
Yep. All right. Well, I think that we've done all we can. It's time to unleash the fury of the bug, whatever kind of fury that is.
Creepy.
So, hop up there, and yep, let's quarry this worm. And then, yes, Bishop is correct. Bug on bug violence. Initiate. So, how does my Prime Punisher even work for this? Are all 3 tokens the same creature?
All 3 tokens are the same creature, yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming that my Prime Punisher does not work.
Correct, because there is someone closer. Well,
It's
0,
it,
but it doesn't
it
matter.
turns
I know what
off
you mean.
if an ally is adjacent to the target, so
Yes.
doesn't even have to be closer. Anyway, I have plenty of attack bonuses anyway, so let's do this. Okay.
So 44, and then you're going to get zapped.
Ow.
So 28 versus your fortitude for 14 lightning.
With the defense bonus, that will miss.
And I think he's also going to zap Kylan as well.
No.
for 36 versus Fortitude on Kylan.
Yeah.
So
that
you take
hits.
14,
So-
Kylan.
Okay.
And then the worm takes. Did you include? There's no vulnerabilities, so
There could be. Would all of you prefer vulnerability 2 or extra damage?
Follow your heart, man.
Aren't they both extra damage?
Well, I can slow as part of my quarry. I have hobbling strike.
Oh,
Slow.
right. Yeah, that probably works out a bit better.
All right. Give an extra 3 and slowed.
okay. All right, Krill. That was your first
Yep.
action. Well,
Yeah,
second action,
that's
whatever.
action point. Because I have more love to spread around.
I forgot we have resistance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That
I
love is
rolled
spread a
natural
little
1
too
and
thin.
I apologize for that. That could have been a wonderful immobilize.
Well, yeah, you better apologize.
I spent an action point for this. I apologize. I have sinned here.
Anything else?
You know, Bishop, at some point I should do that. Nope, nothing else for me.
All right, Lotus Petal, you're up.
Okay, so I will face step into the cut. 1, 2, over to here. And then I'll spend like my 10th action point of the encounter to throw out Eye Bite with a defense penalty of 4.
Yep.
Alright. 36 damage total. Then I will Eye Bite for another 25 damage. Then I will Eye Bite for 40 damage.
Oh, baby.
And I am invisible like you wouldn't believe.
So much invisible.
And I don't think I'll risk a miter. Sorry, I'm done.
Elevaz, you are up.
Okay, then let's get up from this freaking prone. Okay, this actually no, I'm not gonna get up from prone. Cause getting up from prone will make it so I can't go to where I need to go. So while prone, I'm gonna crawl all the way over here. And as a standard, I'm going to try and give even more power to the guns using thievery.
Okay.
There we go.
Anything else? You have a minor left?
No, I'm done.
Kylan, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna yell at these guys. Say, yeah, your family's gonna taste real good if you don't fire those guns.
Okay.
Oh wait, wasn't that a success? Oh yeah, that wait. Was that a success or not?
You did count a success. The barrier doesn't go above 12.
Okay, so
Once it's at 12, it just adds to the guns. So
okay,
the
that,
question: are you asking for them to fire now, or are you asking for them to fire at the start of the round, Kylan?
Start of the round.
You are successful at that plan.
and wouldn't mind make it so there's another one? Or
The
no?
I did would. I already put one from you.
Oh, okay. Holy crap! We only have 2 of those. It's a
And I'm
token.
done.
All right. The worm seems to be quite upset about how things are going. It's going to regurgitate on Roland. I'm going to say it's going to regurgitate on Bishop. Actually, no. Krillic is the one that was attacking it, so it's going to regurgitate on Krillic. 35 reflex on Roland for 30 points of damage, and then you will appear here. And then a 36 on Krill, and if it hits you, it knocks you prone and you lose a healing surge.
Let's see, 36.
The creature roars really loudly, causing the entire train to shake. And then when it dips its head down into the ground, it doesn't seem to come back up. The worm, when it comes back up, actually comes back up a decent bit away from the train, and it seems to be trying to escape. It seems to be leaving. So as it leaves, it's going to provoke a attack of opportunity from people.
Same rules apply.
No, this is just it moving away, so it's not going to get to fling rubble at you if it does this.
Okay, and I don't get one, right? Just Krillic
So
and
everyone who is within the line of the train, so that's going to be here to here, so everyone can gets an attack of opportunity against it.
cool. Might as well.
Might as well take it.
Oh, he ain't going nowhere.
So you grab hold of the worm.
Do I go with him?
I
Yeah.
suggest you not sustain that grab.
I'm
So
about to ride
it
the
is an
lightning.
immobilized, so it does count as just making the vulnerability go up.
But there's also combat superiority, right? To just stop the movement.
Yes,
well.
it is.
Mm-hmm. So it is going to give it another one, I guess, for that.
Wait, another what?
It's going to give it another stack of vulnerable because it's the Juggernaut thing is if you're
Oh.
stopping its movement, so it'll give it another thing of vulnerability for the round. So let's see. Let's go back up to the top here. Let's see. Lotus Petal 22 AC did not connect. The crit definitely crit for 28 plus the vulnerable 6. So that would be what? Math 34. The 26 AC misses. The 33 AC from Krill, I think is going to connect. Krill, did you include the defensive penalties in there?
I did, as far as I can tell, but I did not include vulnerabilities.
Okay. So vulnerable 6 will get you to 26 damage. So he takes 60 points of damage trying to run away. And he's just going to try to slam you with one of the pieces as he's running away. So Bishop, there's an attack coming at you. 26 AC did miss, yes.
Okay.
So Bishop, that's on you, 35 acid damage. Bishop, your turn. The worm is going to provoke again, attempting to use its single action to flee. It is going to provoke from Lotus Petal and Kylan.
Yeah.
Yeah, the crit. The crit will crit for 30, looks like. Oh no, 32?
uh,
Unless you have, do you have like Cunning Stalker or something?
I have Penny Stalker.
So it'll crit for 48. Did you include in the vulnerability or no?
I did not.
So 48 plus 6, so 54.
From an NBA.
Ime is going to fire a railgun and do 23, 29 points to it. Oh, you guys might be able to kill it before it gets away. Top of the
Got
round.
something.
2 guns.
Top of the round, the defensive
Yeah.
penalty will reset, but then the guns will fire.
Come on.
So he'll take
43. 41, sorry.
53 total
Oh, yeah. That's,
because of the other stuff.
ooh.
It looks
Is
like it is
that-
beginning to fall apart, but it's not quite dead yet, as it is continuing to attempt to escape.
I need more dailies!
The elemental is continuing to move its way back to the back of the train, and Roland, you're up.
All right. Standing as a move, I'm going to use this here.
I have all my dailies. It is time.
Boots of the mighty charge. If you boots grab him, I'm just gonna giggle. Yes.
This is glorious.
Hey
The
Roland,
dice gods favor us today.
you get the words.
Suplexing this worm,
Describe your kill.
grabbing it by the tail,
Oh,
jumping into the sky, and I'm bringing it down. Meteor
Are you doing the
slam.
helicopter?
Bring it down. Bring it down. Bring it
The
down.
spinning pile driver right here, right on the center of the train.
Like Zangief?
Oh, yeah.
So you see the ground ripple as this worm, which now that you're seeing the entire worm as you grabbed it by the tail and then shook it like it was a rat and you're a terrier, you can see that the worm was like 150 feet long. And you just see these ripples and cracks open up in the ground as you suplex it into the ground, causing the area around the sides of the train of the worm to bubble up with magic and power. The train starts to make a strange sound as the last bit of the tail sort of pushes it very slightly off of the rails, and then it pops back on. And the worm is dead.
we get XP for this, right?
Oh yeah. You also get a story award for actually killing the worm before it can escape.
It's called betting on yourself, guys.
So the train, after the worm is defeated, the train sort of skitters a little bit, starts to come to a halt as the engineers stop the train, not exactly on the corpse of the worm, but fairly close to the corpse. You guys would easily be able to go and get it to see exactly what's going on with the worm itself. Excuse me, coughing. As the thing stops, the engineers then begin to like pile off of the side and start to marvel that the train was able to hold itself together at all, and begin doing emergency repairs on the side of the train, allowing you guys a moment to go and head back towards the corpse of the great worm. As you guys get a little bit closer, you can see near the front of the worm's body, not all the way near like the head, but kind of near where, equivalently where the chest would be, about 30 feet down in the worm. You see that there is something that's bleeding through a lot of power and light through the ground.
I volunteer to approach it.
So getting into the worm, I don't know why it's not in this thing as a journal entry. Give me 1 second. That is... That is not the correct layer to put things on. You see this. It is this enormous icon. It's about 6 feet across. It's incredible power that is coming off of it. It seems to be in 7 concentric rings, getting smaller and smaller, with the power getting more and more intense as it goes along. And you're able to recover this.
Nice.
Yeah, it has a lot of symbols of eternity and things like that. It's got a lot of runes that are all over it, and I know from the languages earlier that none of you guys can speak the language that the runes are written on. However, this language is something that is, I want to say, common enough that some of you might be able to know what it is. It is written in Supernal. Yeah, it's pad thai in Supernal.
Didn't somebody have Supernal at the beginning?
No.
No, it's deep speech.
Oh, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as you guys are kind of sitting around seeing what's going on, is there anything you guys would like to do as you are kind of standing in the corpse of the Great Worm? I'm going to kind of keep you guys in the turn order you're in right now, just for the purposes of sort of the roleplay stuff. But obviously, you guys do not have to take an action if you do not want to. So, Roland, what are you doing as you're standing on the corpse of this Great Worm?
Oh, well, flexing first off, but I do want to scramble over to Bishop and hit him with a first aid if I can.
Yeah, it's assumed that you guys take a couple of minutes as the engineers are starting their repairs to, heal up.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm just gonna like start blabbering to all these engineers, like, yeah, see, good thing I was yelling at you. I'm not really gonna do anything.
Gotcha. Krill.
I mean, I am now admiring this shiny that I recovered. It is shiny, right?
Oh, it is very shiny. The inner rings
Excellent.
are generating a whole bunch of light.
Excellent. In the meantime, maybe Lotus Petal knows something about this. So, I'll show it to them and ask their opinion.
Sure. Lotus will first congratulate the engineers on their success and ask them if they get attacked by giant worms often. But we'll then go over to look at this thing and arcana at it, arcanely.
The engineers will respond that they've never seen anything like that.
Fascinating.
The Arcana will tell you that this seems to be some sort of power generator. Like, this was the thing that was powering that entire machine that was the Great Worm.
Well, we should keep it.
Yeah. And if we can't use it, then I'm sure someone in the guild would pay us very nicely for it.
Yeah, but
Maybe
Steve from
it's-
accounting is going to take a large cut.
Maybe it can be a ritual focus for one of the new epics. You think?
So, Alavaz.
Okay, so I'm gonna go walk up to the whole murdered suplex corpse of this worm, and I'm going to try and take samples as I can, just to take it back to the guild so they can kind of analyze what the hell this is or where was it made, if possible.
The body of the Great Worm seems to have a lot of things made of, I would say, relatively mundane materials, like metals and stuff. Whatever was magically powering it was causing it to move on its own. Some sort of large-scale enchantment, as it was a created creature. You can also tell that the creature basically is using some form of acid as blood, which sort of burns your fingers as you try to touch it, and you can get a vial of that acid if you would like.
Yep, we can thank you, because the guild will certainly know what to do with this kind of acid.
Kylan, anything that you're doing?
He's gonna go up to Imai and say, "So, how about a drink?"
So
shit.
you hear her voice kind of echo from inside of the powered armor. I could maybe consider a drink.
So you're saying there's a chance? That's it.
So you see her kind of pull up the faceplate of the power armor, and then she kind of does a little thing where she's obviously moving around inside of the armor, and extends something out to you. It seems to be, looks to be like a key almost, but it's very kind of awkwardly large, and seems to glow very slightly.
He's in hearts.
Bishop, what are you doing?
What?
Do you go to try to steal the girl? Or do you have something else you'd like to do? So at the end of things, Ime comes after talking to some of the engineers. She flies over in her powered armor, and thanks each of you for your help in defending the train, saying, if you find yourselves in similar straits on other trains or in other places, I'm sure the marshals can find use for all people who are willing to put their lives in harm's way for the good of others. And she kind of looks awkwardly at Krillik, who's playing with the device, and she says, maybe you should put that down. And you can see that she's looking kind of weirdly at all of you. Um, each of you feels this weird sort of pull on your body, and all at once there's sort of an emerald glow around some of you all as you feel this snapping sensation, kind of like the feeling that you would get if you were at the end of a long cord being suddenly jerked back very hard, and
Uh-oh.
your body kind of feels like your entire body is aching all at once as you get thrown violently backwards and back out of the crystal, slamming into the room that you first came into.
Oh, well then. Do I still have the device?
You do.
Do I still have the
Nice.
key?
You do as well.
And I'm sorry for Bishop and oh, check his name now. God damn it! No.